Good morning. Good morning. All right. Good morning, Eve. Good morning, Justin. Love me some Justin. Good to see you this morning, Justin. Hello, Jessica. Good morning, Pat. How are you doing this morning, Miss Pat? There's Patty Ponytails in the house. Cat's Eyes in the house. Oh, there's Sassy Ann. There's flies on the coastlaw. Flies on the coastlaw. My man is really sick today. I think he's hey Prissy Missy. It is very cold. Very, very cold. Yeah, he's not feeling well today, so I probably won't get as loud as I usually do. I'm just saying, I can get pretty loud sometimes. Hey, squirrely girl. Okay, so we're going to get right to it. Welcome to my channel. I commentate. If you get a little education, that's a thumbs up. Opinions and theories with no repercussions. I do try to stand by that on my channel. I do. Please feel free to put your opinions in there. There's trigger warning all over my channel. Everybody knows that. I am one big trigger warning. Okay. What else? Fair use. Everything that I use, I commentate on. Fairly. Fairly usage. Hey, 420 Moon. Good morning, Vic. Good morning. Vic, you probably have heard about this story that I'm going to be talking about, and I definitely want to follow this story, keep up with the story. This story was brought to my attention by our one of our great mods. She probably wouldn't want to take credit for telling me about it. But there's another creator who is talking about this little girl. Her name is Elena Hembry. Okay. Little Elena was 17 months old. Let me read this newspaper article, and you guys can keep up with me a little bit more here. This is a very, very, very heartbreaking story, you guys. And I want to try to, I don't know if I can necessarily say that I can bring some justice to this little girl. I don't have the power to do that, but I do have the power to use my platform to put her name out here, what happened to her. Oh, thank you, Sleuth Hound. Thank you. Hey, Auntie M. And make her life having meant something. Okay. And this story is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. So I'm just going to read it to you. I've got it pulled up, but I'm going to read it to you. The mother is a 21-year-old by the name of Erica Lawson. And she was arrested. Let's see, I'll get into the dates and everything. But I'll read this newspaper article to you. Erica Lawson, who was arrested last month in connection to the death of her 17-month-old daughter, was indicted Tuesday for child murder. On July 28th, 17-month-old Elena was taken to the Middlesbrough ARH hospital after being and I'm gonna say trigger warning. I know that it's in my title and description. This case is very triggering for a lot of people. Um, if you're easily triggered, please come back another time or check in a little bit later when, the topic has changed maybe to something else. Um, it is a very triggering story, so please, feel free to step out. So, she was taken to the hospital after being beaten and RAPED. The child was transported to East Tennessee Children's Hospital in Knoxville, where she passed away 2 days later. The mother was arrested and initially charged. The child had been beaten and RAPED. Medical staff attempted unsuccessfully to stabilize the child, who died Sunday night. Now, before I read on a little further, there is a creator who is covering this case, with, I think they've got Facebook groups and a lot of other things, and I'm gonna be showing a little bit of her content, that she has too. The child's mother, Erica Lawson, was arrested the same night and initially was booked into the Bell County Detention Center. This child was 17 months old and charged with second-degree manslaughter, first-degree failure to report child abuse, first-degree criminal abuse against a child under 12, and first-degree wanton endangerment. She had waived her right to a preliminary hearing regarding probable cause in the case. She then was transported to the Clay County Detention Center and then to the Leslie County Detention Center and is being held on a $1 million cash bond. $1 million cash bond. I don't know, Justin. It's heartbreaking. Hello, invisible lady. So good not to see you. So the manslaughter charge was upgraded to and I'm just going to say it. I've got trigger warnings everywhere, you guys. I'm not going to dance around my verbiage. I mean, if please dress it up in chat if you guys cuss or whatever. That's all I ask that you do, is dress it up a little bit. But I'm just going to say it. I'm not going to tiptoe around what this woman has done or what these people have done to this child. The manslaughter charge has been upgraded to murder. $1 million cash bond ain't enough. Ain't enough. According to the Commonwealth Attorney Chris Douglas, a medical report from Knoxville showed the child died of prolonged hypoxia, a state in which oxygen is not available in sufficient amounts at the tissue level. Because it's murder and because of one of the aggravating circumstances is that the child is under the age of 12, because of Kimber's Law, which was passed in April of this year, they can now seek the death penalty. No other persons had been arrested yet in the child's death, but the case is still under investigation. We will definitely be getting into the investigation, what they have found out, and many, many other things. Okay. I just kind of wanted to, like today, introduce you to the case and this little girl's name. Um, she needs she needs to have people covering her. Okay. I believe if the true crime community I know there's probably some who's kinda showing, but this little girl, uh, needs she needs her case brought out. Hey, Pearly. Did I miss anybody? Hey, Zena. So she waived her rights to a preliminary hearing regarding probable cause in the case. Okay, then the $1 million cash bond, they upgraded that charge. Um, we know that the child showed hypoxia. At the time of this report, and I'll have to go back and look at the date, um, they hadn't charged anyone else. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, trigger warning, there were more than one, or I should say, there was more than one DNA found on this child, more than two, more than three, more than four. What were they doing to this baby? Well, I'm really glad, H, that you're not going to be busy. Okay, we'll catch you later, buddy. Have a great day. 6. Fly says 6. And thank you, Flies, for letting me know about this story. And I will definitely let you guys know who the creator is that we're going to be, I'm going to be showing her content. Because the child is a 17-month-old infant, and because of the nature of the crimes committed, KSP Lab agreed to push that the DNA to the front, and to my understanding, have halted every other case. Thank you. Thank you, lab people. Usually, DNA evidence in a sexual abuse kit takes anywhere from 2 years to 18 months. And they were like, we're going to get you. We're going to get you. What? You guys, I'm sorry. And even researching trafficking as long as I have, to do this to a 17-month-old child, they all need the death penalty. They all, you guys know I don't get very political over here. Anyone who does something to a child needs to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. I've seen cases where these sick fucks do things to these children, and people who's got caught selling fucking marijuana has done more time than these people who want to hurt a child. If convicted in Kentucky, the max is 5 years only. Wow. That's freaking sick. That is sick. So, of course, they're hoping that the DNA, will fill in the blanks. Now, I'm going to go over to a creator's channel that's been covering this little girl's case. And thank you very much, Flies, for um, letting me become aware of this case. I appreciate you a lot. Um, so this creator's name is God's Amazing Grace with Crystal. Okay. And in this live, she's actually speaking to, and she just did this live 15 hours ago. I'm going to say fair use, but I don't think Crystal is going to mind about me playing this. Now she's talking with someone who actually knew the child, so I don't want to. Uh, I'm not going to sit here and uh, use my own words, but I'm gonna let this woman, Carol, who is on Crystal's panel, talk about this little girl. So, thank you, God's Amazing Grace with Crystal. Um, and this little girl is going to become, just like Summer, a priority to me. I hope they all get justice. Something, fucking do something right. Law enforcement. I don't care what state you're in. I don't care what county you're in. I don't care if you're the sheriff down to the freaking jailer. I just feel, like I said, I don't like to get political over here because I've got too freaking much to say if you want to get into the political stuff. But our court systems need to make our children a priority, and I don't understand why they don't. Thank you, Flies. The little girl's name is, am I saying it right, Flies? Elena? Well, let's hear Carol talking about this little girl. She's gonna give us an idea about the little girl, and I believe she tells us exactly how she knew this little girl. Hey, Katie Ann. If I missed anybody, hey, True Crime Junkie. Um, yeah, if I missed somebody coming into chat, I apologize. And I'm gonna say hi right now, okay?
She had my heart.
How was it that Elena came to live with you, Carol?
Okay. At first, okay. So her dad, was, coming by to just like hang out and chill and stuff because he was getting into it with like his brother and his girlfriend real bad, and he didn't want the baby around that. So he had come and stayed here for about 3 weeks, and Elena's mother had got arrested on some charges, and she had gotten out, and she asked me if she could come by here. I told her yeah.
Now, this is I want you guys to know this person allowed these individuals to come and stay at her home, but the father has not been charged with anything or arrested. He was not around there at that time.
And I mean, I've had Elena from that minute.
Tell us about, you was talking about her first birthday.
Hey, Chloe.
Tell us some of the little things that Elena liked. And if you want to, it's completely up to you. You wrote something for the visual. Would you
Yes,
like to share that?
Sure, I'll share it. Just bear with me because it's a little bit hard.
It is.
But I would
You all
be
put some
honored.
hearts in the chat.
And I apologize if you guys think that I'm freaking doing this and don't know anything about it. I don't know a lot about it. I just know when I heard this little girl's name and what happened to her that it was something I needed to talk about. Okay. So I will still be doing a lot of researching and bringing out a lot more. Like I said, today was just kind of I'm trying to, introduce us all to the case and things like that. So, hey, Blue Eyes Dumpling. So, this woman that Crystal is speaking about um, actually had let them come and stay with her for an amount of time. So, that's why I'm playing this with Crystal, talking to her, because it's going to give us an idea about this little girl, which of course is very important. I believe it's important. I hope you guys too. Hey, Outdoorsy Life.
For Carol,
I would be
you know,
honored to share about Elena. I mean, I'm willing to talk to anybody who's willing to listen about her.
Thank you, Lip Log.
yes, I mean, you've never denied talking to me about her. And I just want to say, for me personally, it has helped me so much to know the love that you gave this kid. And I
That
want to personally say thank you.
there's no thanks needed because Elena actually, I won't lie, I've got almost 2 years sober. I was a severe drug addict. I went and I checked into rehab. And when I come out, I was freshly sober. I didn't know what I was going to do or anything. And that's when I met and I
Hey,
fell in
we
love with
Scottish Mom.
Elena. And that little girl, she completely changed my life. She really did. I'll read this. It says, "Who is Elena?" Elena was one of the happiest babies I've ever had the privilege to meet. She was perfect perfection, sweet innocence, and simply an amazing little girl. She easily became the center of attention without ever even trying. Her little personality was not like anything I have ever seen. She was sweet, but boy, oh boy, was she ever sassy. She smiled all the time, and happiness just seemed to radiate off of her in waves. You couldn't be around Elena and ever be sad, upset, or in an ill mood of any kind. If she felt you were, she was there with a big smile on her beautiful face and some of the most sweetest, genuine, loving hugs that let you know somehow, some way, everything was going to be okay. Elena knew what she liked and what she didn't. She had no problem letting you know by making you very aware. She had the sweetest temperament and the most gentle nature. Oh, Elena rarely
Aw.
got upset or angry. Sorry.
Carol, don't you ever be sorry. If you guys notice, and I'll just put that out there, um, Lip Lock paid me a big compliment this morning when she went live, when she said my writings with Summer came from my heart, and they do. They do. They come from my heart. And I can tell by how fast Carol is kind of reading what she wrote. Um, I do that when I read the things now that I've wrote about Summer. I kind of read it quickly, because if I don't, I get way emotional, and that tells me that Carol, um, what she's saying and what she has written is coming from her heart. I think it's very sad. I will say this, that um, this woman felt that she needed to tell people about, her addiction and becoming clean, and what this little girl meant to her through that process, because um, social media can be very cruel to people, very cruel to people. And she said that to let people know, what her mindset was, where her emotions were at. And throughout that time, when her getting clean and sober, she had someone who who who, and I can't speak for her, but obviously made her feel that it was all worth it, right? You guys get what I'm saying on that?
Oh, honey, you take your time. And if it's too hard, I completely understand that too.
No, it's fine. It's just hard. Elena was one of the happiest children. She would laugh and she would smile, and before you'd realize what you were even doing, you were doing it along with her, all the while just shaking your head at her, thinking how, what. She loved to dance and play peekaboo. When you would ask where Elena was, she would start laughing, pop her head out, scream, and then do it again. At night when she slept, she loved to be hugged and cuddled. Some of the best night's sleep I ever had were lying beside of this perfect little girl. She loved cheese puffs, but didn't really care for cheese balls. Pink and purple were some of her favorite colors. She was such a girly girl and loved to smell good. She would grab my lotion or my perfume and take off running, thinking she had gotten one over on me. When I would go after her, she would just laugh, scream, turn around, look, and be off again. She hated to have her hair fixed and would fight the whole damn time, but loved to look in the mirror at how pretty she looked when you got done. McDonald's french fries, chicken and dumplings, and spaghetti were some of her favorite foods. At the end of the day, Elena loved to take a bath and just sit and pop the bubbles. She would play with her little pink ducks, and I would sit back and just talk to her. I can still hear her looking up at me, going, quack, quack, Mimi, quack, quack. Some of the best memories I have are of Elena. She loved Elmo and Baby Shark. I would get so tickled seeing her stand at my TV, her little hands clapping, her little butt moving, trying with all her might to sing along to the lyrics to the top of her lungs, just smiling like all was right in her perfect little world. She was happy with everything and content with nothing. She wasn't a picky child at all. She was easy to love, easy to take care of, and one of the most laid back, chill, easy to get along with babies you could ever be around. As I sit here telling you about Elena, my heart is filled with love and gratitude. So, so, so much gratitude.
You know, I I I I didn't want to make comparisons to this case in Summer's case, but this is one thing I'm gonna say. Why couldn't anybody tell us about Summer the way Carol is telling people about Elena? Why? I mean, when I wrote The Appalachian Princess, things that I used in that writing were all that I had, all that I was ever told. We didn't find out Summer's favorite food, if it was even Summer's favorite food, until months and months later. We weren't told anything about Summer. Hey, 420. And it's so sad. It's so sad.
When the days get hard and sleep seems impossible, I have these thoughts for company. I can honestly say it was me who was honored to have had the privilege to have been a part of Elena's short lived life. She gave me a new way to view the world and to see things. We don't choose children, children have a way of choosing us. I will be forever thankful to the Lord above that Elena had chosen me. I wanted to speak tonight and let people know about her. Yes, about her. Yes, what happened to her was horrific. Yes, it was devastating. And yes, it was a sad tragedy, the ungodly things that were done to this precious innocent child. But
Ungodly
every night
things.
before I go to sleep, I pray for justice for this sweet baby girl. I would like for her to be remembered for who she was, not the things done to her. For the things done to her were just that. They were things. They do not define her. My hope after tonight is that when you see her smiling face or you hear something negative, I pray that you will smile, knowing she was loved and she was adored and she is missed more and more each day.
I hope that you have a smile in your heart instead of tears in your eyes when you think about God's most perfect tiny angel.
Bless her heart.
Beautiful, Carol. It is beautiful.
You know,
I
like
know.
I was always told you can't fake genuine, you know, and children know genuine.
Yeah, yeah, they do. They know who cares about them and who loves them, and they know where they're safe at.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
like
what
she
gets
had
me.
that with you.
You know, that's what gets me the most. You know, I may have gave Elena a home and stability, but Elena gave me unconditional love at a time in my life when I really was kind of lost and I didn't know what we wanted to do, going to do. And then up pops this beautiful little girl in my life, and she became my whole focus.
And I don't know if you can see chat, but you have so much support in this chat right now. Donna Chambers says she's praying for you.
Thank you. I
There's
appreciate that.
Kim Holmes. I'm gonna put some on screen so you can
You
you'll
know,
be able to see some of them.
prayers are always welcome.
I'm gonna
Always.
show you guys a picture of what this baby looked like.
Now,
Hang on.
tell
let
us
me
about
come over.
Elena's first birthday.
Oh Lord.
Okay,
That baby.
I want to kind of come over here for a minute. This is what this baby girl looked like, and I'm gonna make it bigger, and I'm gonna go ahead and play this WBIR Channel 10 news report. Middlesboro community demands justice after 17-month-old's death. I'm gonna go ahead and play the whole report on that.
Assaulted and abused. Police arrested Erica Lee Lawson Sunday. Authorities say she brought her daughter to the hospital Friday with severe injuries. The child died Sunday night. Now Lawson is charged with second.
That's Mama. That's 21 years old. 21 years old.
Degree manslaughter as the investigation into another suspect continues.
10 News reporter Mary Klingler is in
How
Middlesboro
beautiful.
tonight, where the community is coming together to honor the life of that little girl.
Yeah, in just a couple of hours, the community plans to join right here at Middlesboro City Hall with candles and signs held high asking for justice for little Alina.
We all are just sad, and we hope that this doesn't happen again. We're all coming together to do this candle lighting because we love the little girl.
The investigation into 17-month-old Alina Hembry's death continues. Her mother, 21-year-old Erica Lawson, has been arrested for second-degree manslaughter, but police say given the evidence, a male suspect was also involved.
Now, don't forget, you guys, I said that those charges have been upgraded.
This is not something that we take lightly. It's not something that I see every day. And because of the severity of the case itself, we are working as hard as we can to apprehend the individual that's caused the incident to the child.
Police are still working to understand what happened to the child and say Lawson has changed her story multiple times. She has been transported to Clay County Detention Center.
We all have scenarios go through our head, but I like to just go off facts, and I just hope that they find out what's going on and that, it doesn't happen to someone else.
Tiffany Brummett and Brooklyn Sizemore say they both know Erica.
Yeah, me and Erica was really good friends, actually. There has to be more to it.
It drives me crazy thinking about it because she was not like that before. And so it's just insane.
Okay, so that's what this beautiful baby looks like. What this beautiful baby looks like. I will get into the mother and her addictions and what exactly Mama was doing when these horrible things were happening. There's no way that anyone could not have heard this little girl's screams. I don't understand. Y'all know me. When I question something, I question it hard. And like I said, we're going to be going through this together, and I'm going to go hard for this, you guys.
Now, this investigation is still ongoing, but at this time, police say they are investigating several people of interest. For now, I'll toss it back over to you in the studio.
Several people of interest. Several people of interest. All right, let's get back to Carol and her speaking about it.
Baby. On her first birthday, we
Hey,
went and we got her
Eli.
cake and we got her stuff to
Hey,
decorate
Janet.
with. And she refused that day to change out of her pajamas. She wanted to be in her pajamas all day. So she was not having it. Like, she did not want to change her clothes. She didn't care. She didn't want to. I cleaned off my kitchen table and my dining room table.
AC.
I just set her straight in the middle of it with a smashed cake, and I let her go to town. She had cake all over everything. All over her, all over me, all over everybody. She was covered in cake. But some of the biggest smiles I've ever seen from her face came that day, just by her playing in a cake. Like simple, innocent things like that most of us take for granted.
But Summer's mom and dad couldn't even tell when her birthday was. They couldn't even say when Summer's birthday was. Dawn was asked, I don't know. Candace, when was Summer's birthday? They couldn't even say what month or day that her birthday was. I can picture Elena doing this just the way she tells his memory. Absolutely, Flies. Absolutely. And thank you, Flies, for being in chat and kind of adding to it, because I know this is a story really close to your heart. I appreciate you, girl. Hey, Minky.
Are things that I miss right now.
We just had our first birthday for one of the kids here, and when you said that, all I could think about was her playing in her cake. And
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Those are memories that you can't never get back.
I'm thankful to God every day for the memories I do have of Elena, because not even her mom and her dad can say that they have the memories that I have with her. And I'm thankful for that.
Oh, I completely agree, because I mean, like I said, you're the only person I've heard tell who she was.
Absolutely, Flies. I definitely, God's Amazing Grace with Crystal. You guys, please go over and check her out. I'm hoping I can get with her and have her come up and talk with us about it for sure.
She was spunky. She would run around corners and she would throw her hands up and she would start roaring at you like dinosaurs, and she was something else. She would try to pull herself up on my bed because my bed was pretty high, and she would try to pull herself up, and she would get so frustrated when she couldn't. She would just start just yapping and jabbering and going on. And then when I put her up there, everything was perfectly fine. She would just start jumping on the bed like it was a trampoline. Like she was just a pleasure to be around. She would, no matter what, no matter how crappy of a day it was, when I look back at it, the days weren't crappy.
And I do apologize that hey Becca, that I do kind of say things concerning Summer. I and I probably shouldn't. But I can't help it. Just like she said, Crystal talked about having a birthday and thinking about Elena. That's what we do with summer. It doesn't matter what activity. Hey, Jude, that any of us are doing. We do that with summer. I'll never forget when I went to the carnival with my granddaughter, even though I love my granddaughter. And of course, of course, we enjoyed our time there together. I was looking around to see if I could see summer. Is it bad, Becca? I'll look at them, honey. I will look at them. Things like this go on, and not one damn thing we can do about it. Now these people may only get 5 years for this. It's unjust. This is one thing I'll say about it, and I will not incite any type of violence on my channel. But we'll find out where they're at. Right? And this is what I will say. Whoever gets charged for this little girl, if I was them, I would pray that they would keep me in a room by myself with the door locked 24/7. But, who might want to get a little pen pal in a prison where these people are? Oh, I'm not telling people to go out and write people in prison. I mean, if you do stuff like that, I mean, it's all good in this hood. I don't really care, but you know what I'm saying? Hey, the mouse.
Because you can always find something good in even some of the worst days. And that's what I've really had to do lately is look for gratitude in everything. Because you lose faith. You do. You get mad at God. You lose your hope.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, me and you talked earlier, and that's real easy to do. It's easy to get mad at God. But at the end of the day, we need to, acknowledge that He is our strength.
He is.
I think
He
me
very
and you
much
both
so
agree
is.
on that.
Now when I pray, I don't even ask God. I just say, God, if it's your will, let thy will be done. Because, we're not going to outrun God's will.
That's absolutely the truth.
I got Elaine at a
So,
point in my life when I really needed her. And that child was just, you know how they say, a lot of people say, oh, my child's perfect. Children are perfect. This little girl was absolutely perfect. She was almost really too perfect to be here. Like, you could tell she was something special.
yeah, I mean, she's grabbed at my heartstrings. I know that. This is something about just looking at her, just being able to look in her eyes in some of her pictures. You can tell that she was spunky and
feisty. She was feisty.
Thank you, Becca.
She was, listen, she was feisty. She would come up to you and she would come up to me and she would like pinch at me or like poke at me, and then she'd turn around and she'd take off running, and you go and you try to find her, and Elena would be wanting to play hide and seek, and she would cram herself into places.
She liked to play hide and seek and try to sing Baby Shark. Ain't that what you said?
Yes, she was doing I actually had her we were watching Miss Rachel, which if you have children, you've heard of Miss Rachel.
Oh yes, Miss
And
Rachel, she
you
is a
know,
lifesaver.
the baby sign language. I with along with Miss Rachel, we were teaching Elena that because just because she was small didn't mean she was stupid. Just because she was small didn't mean that she didn't have human feelings and human emotions. She got headaches like we did. Her belly hurt like ours did. There were nights when she didn't sleep well. You know, she's just a smaller version of us. And if they can't
Oh my gosh, look at that picture. I'm going to make it bigger, you guys. Look how beautiful. Oh my gosh. That is beautiful. Look at her eyes. What a beautiful child. What a beautiful child.
communicate, you give them a different way to communicate. So me and her were working
Hey,
on
Patty.
the baby sign language. She was so intelligent. She was very, very smart.
Okay, give me just a second. I got to mute out for just a second.
This is a question I have, and I do apologize because I'm gonna comment on this case, but I have to, when it doesn't matter what case I'm looking at, I always think about Summer in my mind also, and them talking about Carol talking about the baby sign language, different things like that, and talking about this little girl, um, the way that she's able to, it bothers me so bad thinking about Summer. What were they ever teaching Summer? Honestly, what possibly could that family have been teaching Summer? I mean, of course, we heard in church, right? Uh, them teaching at the church about, God and God's love and things like that. But I have never, I don't know about anybody else, has ever heard them talk about how far Summer could count, if she could read a little bit, what type of education was she being given? I've never heard anyone talk like that and tell us about those things, honestly. And I do apologize, you guys. I don't want to make it seem like that I'm not prioritizing this little girl. Uh, I don't want you guys to think about that at all. Um, with Summer being my priority for since the day she went missing, I can't help but to wish that there would have been someone for her that could have talked about her like Carol is talking about Elena, right? So I apologize, you guys, if you think that I'm not prioritizing this little girl, because that's not true at all. It's all so fucked up. It it's frightening. It's very hey Sherry, it's very frightening to me that um we're hearing more and more. Not that it never happened before, right? Not that that messed up stuff didn't happen before. But especially with a lot of people, hey, Granny's house, with a lot of people who, started coming out on social media and things when Summer's case come out, those people are actually, a lot of them are new to the fact that these horrifying things are happening to our children. Not saying they didn't care before, but Summer's case opened up a lot, for other cases of things happening, to children coming to the forefront and being talked about a lot more, a lot more. She's just silent for a minute,
Need to
guys.
know about Elena.
One thing that I would want everyone to know about Elena, she was cuddly and she was sweet, yes, but she was so stubborn. She was so stubborn. Like she would get. You know how children are. They'll lay down on the floor and they'll throw their arms and they'll start screaming and pitching fits. Yeah, we never
Yeah.
had that problem with Elena. I'd look at her and she would start and I'd be like, okay, well, what are we griping about today? And let's go ahead and get it over with. She would look at me, she would just start smiling and she would lay down on the floor and she would smack her hands and I would do it. And then, like, if I do something, she would mock me and she lay there and she would scream and I would scream with her. I mean, like, Elena was just amazing. She was amazing.
The case, we're not going to talk about what actually happened to Elena, but how did you find out?
Okay. Well, see, okay. They had moved out from here and had been gone for a few weeks. Well, in these few weeks that they had been gone, I had been making phone calls. I had been going knocking on the door. I had been trying in every way that I could to reach Elena, and a lot of people forget that I'm not blood related to Elena, but Elena was mine. She was wholeheartedly in the eyes of me and God, she was mine. And
Oh, I understand that.
and I got a message from her papa that said Elena was sick. And I messaged back and I said, "What do you mean Elena's sick?" He told me that she was taken to the hospital. She had severe injuries. I wasn't notified of her injuries at the time. I was just told that she had severe injuries. And I needed to try to find out what happened to his granddaughter. He didn't know that they hadn't been
Wow.
living here for 3 weeks. Apparently, he hadn't been notified. Apparently, I guess she kept that to herself, and that's okay. That's fine. But when somebody tells you that a child is sick, you think that they have sore throat or they got a runny nose. When you say a child is hurt, is what you imagine that Elena was. She was hurt. She wasn't sick. But I found out through a text message that said that she was being airlifted out to Children's in Knoxville because she may not survive her injuries. But I didn't know what her injuries were. I didn't find that out until much, much later what had happened to her.
Can you imagine getting a text that says, the baby's sick, and finding out that these things happened? You guys, I could not put myself in anybody's shoes like that. I just couldn't. I just couldn't imagine the heartbreak, just the heartbreak of it. It's heartbreaking. It really is.
And when I did, I won't lie, it broke me. It broke my soul. To find out in a phone call or in a text message that she was injured as bad as she was devastating.
And you and Elena had quite the connection because
Yeah, in the week before it happened, I had someone come over here to my home and they told me, they were like, Elena's sick. She's having seizures. and we don't know where Erica's at. I said, okay.
I believe Eric's the father. 5 different DNA on the baby. How's that possible? Not one of those persons had any empathy for this child. I think me and Flies was kind of talking about that too. For her to have 5 DNA or more on her, I mean, it couldn't have been that one did something one day, later on someone else did something. I mean, Liplock may be able to answer this, where wouldn't it be that all 5 of the DNA happened simultaneously? That's a question I'm gonna find the answer to for all of us, okay? As I'm listening, I can't help but to think, for some of us hearing this, but for the grace of the God, there I go. Erica is the mother, Trey is the father. There was 6 DNA found. Thank you, Flies. Yes, AC, you are a survivor, darling. If this story triggers somebody, please, please, you know, please just don't watch it. And here in a little bit, we may, start talking about something a little different or something. But I wanted to cover this first because I just think it's really important that that we start covering this. Yep, 6 DNA. 6. What I know about DNA would fit in a thimble. Well, the question, I mean, this whole story is very graphic. There's no way that we can even get around the trigger warning and, content not suitable for some. With that many DNA, I mean, I guess I just have to come right out and kind of put the question out there. Was that 6 DNA all accumulated in one? Was it all accumulated in one session, I'll say, or could it been over a matter of days? So that's something I'll definitely get into too.
So I go down there to where she's staying at, and I knock on the door. I go in. Baby Elena's nowhere around. This was all. They came over here on Wednesday. On Thursday, I went over there and knocked on the door. On Friday morning, I woke up and I had a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like I had headache. I don't have headaches. I don't ever get headaches. But I was getting.
Okay, Cat's Eye, honey. Yeah, you come back later, sweetie. Thank you for popping in. And I know that this is. What are you talking about, Nana for Life? We're not talking about somebody having baby daddies. We're talking about a 17-month-old child that was RAPED'd by grown men.
Getting a real bad migraine and my head was hurting. I mean, I felt queasy, and every time I would think of Elena, just a bad feeling would roll through the pit of my stomach. And finally, Trey had come over here, and I told him, I was like, look, we need to have a conversation. And I won't lie, his words to me were, well, if it's about Elena, I don't effing want to talk about it. I told him he was going to sit down, shut up, and he was going to open them ears, and he was going to listen, or I was going to smack his brains out. Bottom line, like, something
Hey,
was
True
going
Crime
on with her.
Junkie.
And I told him that Friday, I said, look, you need to go get her. Like, she's sick. Something's going on. Like, I got a really bad feeling. Like, this is really not good. You need to go check on her. He got mad. He got up and he left my house. And I've not talked to him since.
So that was on a Friday.
Yeah.
Elena passed away on a
Saturday.
Sunday.
On Wednesday, my friend came over and told me that the baby was having seizures. I go over there to confront Erica on Thursday. Friday, Trey pops up over here. And then on Saturday is when Elena got took to the hospital, and Sunday was when she died.
It's okay, Nana. I thought maybe you thought I was talking about something else.
And yeah, I did have a connection with Elena. You know, whether you're blood related or not to anybody, I believe that your soulmate could be anybody, you know? Like, your soulmate could be a dog. I mean,
Absolutely.
if it's got a soul and it's got a spirit, it can have, you know, I mean, if it's got a beating heart, it's got a soul, you know? And I just feel like
Yeah, true
Elena
crime
was,
junkie.
you know,
That's
my little soulmate. She was my little buddy. She became my best friend.
that's kind of what I was
I never got judgment from
trying to.
her. Only thing that she ever wanted was just to offer love, you know?
So how you said that they had been moved out a couple weeks.
Yes. They left here at the end of June. And the last time I saw Elena was on the 4th of July. And that was not a good day. I had been calling and begging for a week to see Elena, and I kept getting told no, 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 and I was blocked and I was being ignored and all this. It was even made clear to people that knew me that Elena was not to be around me. Now I know why. Obviously because of the abuse. Because I won't lie. If I would have seen that, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now. I promise you that. And I would probably be 10 foot deep underneath the jail, because I probably would have done something that would have changed my whole life for the worse.
And that gets me too, because with Summer, his family didn't know about Summer. Why would you keep a child basically not even wanting family to even know about your child, right? You're welcome, Justice. Duchess, I'm sorry. I just when Flies told me about it, I really thought that this little girl, as beautiful as she is, did not deserve what happened to her. Did not deserve what happened to her. It's horrific, you guys. It's horrific. Horrific.
You know, because I'm a product of domestic abuse. I'm a product.
Oh, yes. Thank you for saying that, Duchess. Flies had mentioned that to me. There is a petition. Hang on,
childhood
Duchess.
abuse.
I'll take care of that. Give me a
I'm a
minute.
product of child sexual assault. You know, my very own child molester was my father for 10 years. You know, so I mean, like, that's one thing that I wouldn't have tolerated, you know, and
Let me
everyone
find
around
you
me
here,
knew that.
darling.
So when I got her on the 4th of July, she had bruises all over her face and up her little back. And
Duchess, you
I
are
asked
now
Erica
a
what happened,
moderator.
and she said she fell in a sippy cup. Me and Erica got into it, and I
Please
told her
drop
not to
that
lie
for
to me,
us.
because if I had to, I would drive across town and I would smack the taste out of her mouth, because that was no sippy cup that done that to that baby's face. Like, the bruises were almost too perfect, you know? Like,
Yeah.
They were too perfect. And I was, you know, and I told her, if this is what's going to be going on, then I'm not going to bring Elena back. I got a phone call that said if I didn't bring Elena
Yeah, Duchess, I made you a mod real quick if you wanna drop that.
back, that I was going to be charged for kidnapping, and they would have arrested me for kidnapping, because I am no blood relation to Elena. Even though if Elena would have wanted to go with me and I would have wanted to keep her, I couldn't have because I was no blood relation and I had no legal rights to the child. But I did call social services. The police were informed. Nothing was ever done. But yes, I did. I done everything by the book like I should have. I wish I would have done things different now. You know, but coulda, woulda, shouldas are what's really going to get me, you know, so I can't do that.
Yeah, because I mean, from where I stand, from everything you've told me, you did everything that you could, Carol. The what ifs, those are the things that
You
can
know, though,
literally drive you
the thing about it is
crazy.
I
Are you
appreciate that,
visiting
but you
us?
know, in a situation like this,
Let me show
you
everybody how
never
pretty you
okay.
are.
You never expect something like this to hit your home. You always think things like this happen to other people. Things like this are not going to happen to you. Like they're not going to affect your life. And then, bam, you know, all of a sudden your life is affected because it did happen to someone in your life, someone you were close to, you know? And
Amen. That's the truth, Michelle. The system failed Elena, not Carol.
you know, we can
Out of
always
all the
do
people
more.
that did fail
But
her, you are not one of them.
I'm going to pop over here and I'm going to show you guys the petition. Okay. This is the petition. Implement legislation preventing child custody for individuals with fatal or near fatal incidents on the records. And I am going to go ahead and I'm going to sign this right now, y'all. It's important for me. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read it real quick first. This is a plea born from personal anguish and concern for the safety of innocent children. A dear friend of mine is the sole caregiver to 3 young children whose mother, charged with 3rd and 4th degree assault and a criminal abuse, is attempting to regain custody. This woman has a chilling history. She was responsible for an incident that left a 4-month-old infant unresponsive. In addition, her teen daughter was returned to her after her release, in which this child was abused for almost a year and became pregnant. After her school drew attention of child services due to attendance, she was removed again. The mother at the time was pregnant with a little one who are in protective care under my friend, along with her sister. After the birth of the twins, they were removed from the mother's care as well. She is now being considered for reunification, and that needs to change. We need to make sure these children, along with so many others, are permanently removed from the care of individuals who cause harm or possible death. We are the voice for these little ones. We are urging Kentucky lawmakers, and let me say this, everyone needs to know. It happened in Tennessee, Nana. Everyone needs to know, or Kentucky, needs to know what their state legislation is on every aspect of a child's life, right? In my heart, I don't believe that any state in America is doing right for our kids. So anyhow, this is the story about this. She is now being considered for reunification, needs to change. We need to make sure these children, along with so many others, are permanently removed from the care of individuals who cause harm or possible death. We are the voice for the little ones. how many cases, and I can think of 4 off the top of my head, that children were returned to these horrible parents, and within a matter of time, these children either went missing and couldn't be found, or they were found unalived. They were found too late after CPS, the government, um, didn't step in when the abuse was very, very noticeable. Um, I don't think they've actually come out and said that, Chrissy, but um, I would say that if if the DNA isn't all bodily fluids, even to have your fucking hair or something like that on a 17-month-old child is disgusting. Needs to be a federal law for all states. Thank you for that, Reggie. Summer could have been saved, but they hid her. I don't know if they hit her or not. I don't know what happened to Summer. Yeah, 6 different DNA samples were discovered. Thank you, Duchess. According to the data provided by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, nearly 80% of child fatalities involve at least one parent. 80% of child fatalities involve at least one parent. We cannot ignore these alarming statistics. We must act now to protect our most vulnerable citizens. The law should serve as a protective barrier between dangerous individuals and innocent lives. It's time we prioritize child welfare over parental rights when there's clear evidence pointing towards potential harm. Please join us in this fight for safer homes, brighter futures for our children. Sign this petition today. Okay. Duchess, there you are. We must advocate, protect innocent children who are in danger of being harmed by their custodial family members. This petition is vital. Innocent children matter. So we'll just pop up right here. That's not correct. Maybe I shouldn't sign in here. Y'all gonna know. Y'all gonna know where I'm at. All right. Oh, you need $3? Okay, well, I can't do that right now, so I'm gonna get out of that. Okay, well, that's the link to the petition. Duchess put it in my chat. You guys feel free to pop over there and do it. I'm just not gonna put my information in there while all you are watching. If you are watching this and have credible tips, please go to www.kentuckystatepolice.com/ or kentuckystatepolice.kentucky.gov. You just agree to share it? Well, I just shared it. You can share it out. You do not have to donate. You guys heard what the girl said. You can share it out. You don't have to donate. But I think it's I definitely would share out something like that. Is that the end of it there? Oh wait, I gotta get it going. Oh shit. Low budget channel. You guys know exactly what I did, don't you? Y'all know what I did, don't you? I think I got rid of the wrong thing there. Hang on, y'all. Lord have mercy. Remain calm. You are such a goober. You are a goober. Okay, here we go, you guys. Let me share this with you, okay? Here we go. I apologize. Forgive me, people. You know how I am. No, you know what? Thank you, Crystal, and thank you, Flies, and now thank you, Justice, and everybody else who's popping in for um for having enough faith in me that you make me feel honored that you guys are even letting me be a part of sharing this. I know I'm not a big channel and I don't maybe do a lot of videos like people, or I'm totally different from everybody else, but when this is the truth, when somebody trusts me enough to say, hey, um would you look at that? That means a lot to me. It really does. I don't know how other people feel when somebody, says, "Hey, look at this." Would you talk about that? That means a lot to me that people would trust me enough to jump on that bandwagon and tell this little girl's story also. Absolutely. And like I said, God's amazing grace with Crystal. She's more than welcome over here anytime she wants. And I know she's busy, Crystal. I promise I will email you. Absolutely.
But when you sit there though, and you're like, well, I could have done this or I should have done that. When a situation like this hits your home, I won't lie, I was frozen. I was in shock because when she was here with Elena, she tried with her. She was a good mommy to her. She bathed her, she fed her, she played with her. That's what I don't understand, how something went so tragically wrong in 3 weeks to take the life of this precious baby.
I was going to ask you, I think me and you've talked about this. And now,
Wow. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. No, it's Linda, it's not an auntie. It was just a really good person who had let them come and stay at her home and basically took care of little Elena. And believe me, it sounds to me like this woman loved her, you know.
oh, keep in mind, if I asked anything you're not comfortable with
No,
talking
go ahead and
about,
ask. I've
it's,
said it from the
it's
very
fine.
beginning.
Just
I've said it from the very beginning. Anybody that's talked to me, my story's been the same. It's never changed. And it's never changed because I have nothing to lie about. I mean, ask whatever you want. I'm willing to answer.
in your opinion, why do you think Erica moved out?
In my opinion, you really want the truth from me?
Yeah, if you're
Okay,
comfortable with sharing
Okay,
your
when Erica
opinion on
got
that.
okay, my husband is currently employed at a rehab. I will not say which one, but he is employed at a rehab here in Kentucky. And when Erica first got here, Erica was doing pretty good. She really was. And you know, she had told us that she had, you know, that she had been using. She didn't use in my house though. We offered her help. You know, I told her I would watch Elena. We would come and see her every weekend, you know, if she wanted to try to get some help. I think the lure of the drugs lured her back out if you just want the truth about it. Because if it's meth or if it's heroin or if it's opiates, it's marijuana, it doesn't matter, you know. A drug is a drug, and some people, you know, like that drug will pull you all the way down and you have to hit that rock bottom before you'll ever climb back up.
And this was a part of the conversation that I haven't listened to this. I'm listening to this with you guys, and I was just waiting for the part where the mother was doing drugs like that. Unless somebody is so mentally ill that they wouldn't realize what was happening to their child. There, I knew somewhere there was going to be, the mother was going to be doing some type of drug.
Unfortunately for her, she hit rock bottom and didn't even try, you know, like she didn't want to get any help. I think that the lure of the drugs is what lured her back out, you know. She was young, she was, you know, wanting to live life, you know, and I understand that. But when you have a child, you don't get to say, oh, that's a
That's
part-time
truth
child and I'm a
lies.
part-time mommy.
Drugs can
Oh,
make you
absolutely
mentally
not.
ill.
No, you're a full-time mommy because you have a full-time child. And I don't
It's
think that
100%
she really
true.
wanted to let that lifestyle go, you know, in honor of Elena, to raise her, to be a good mom. I think that she was just so far gone down the rabbit hole, there was no coming back for her.
Some people have speculated that maybe she was passed out on drugs when it happened.
Okay, well, I don't think that she was passed out on drugs. If you want my opinion, I'll tell you my opinion. Because we've talked about it. I mean, I really don't care. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but you know, when you're a drug addict, I've got almost 2 years sober. I've done anything from coke to heroin to meth. You know, those drugs, they own your soul. You know, the first time you do it, like, yeah, you know, that choice is on you. But after that, you know, I mean, if you keep doing it, like, it's going to get a hold of you, and it don't matter. You'll sell your soul to the devil. We become neglectful to our children. Like, I can admit it. Like, I was never a great mom because I was mentally and emotionally not there for my children when they were younger, and they needed that.
And
You
this
know,
reminds
if you're
me
not
of
really
hang on.
wanting to have that
Where
child,
the
you know,
fuck am I at? Hang on, I've got 2 things going at the same time. Jeez, Mary. Freaking goober. All right, now I'm back over on the right thing. You guys wasn't hearing 2 different things going at the same time, was you? I hope not. Oh yeah, I don't think it was just marijuana. But people sell their souls, right? People sell their souls. Not only do they sell their souls, they sell their children. For their own substances, a little bit of money. Thank you, Lisa Kleckner. Yeah, Mary's my first name, you guys. So if you heard me blowing Mary shit, I was blowing myself shit. Okay.
And the drugs mean more. You're going to be neglectful. What I think happened is I think maybe that baby was
Hey,
taking a
Nada.
nap and she popped out of the house 2 doors over or something, and that's when that baby got hurt. Because if they're asking her and she keeps saying she don't know nothing, chances are probably good she doesn't. Because if you're neglectful and you're not even in the home when it happens, you don't know what happened.
Well, that's true. So you
You
think
know?
pretty much it was she left her there to go.
I think pretty much it was just
Hi,
I
Nada.
think that Elena probably took a nap and she thought, oh, I'm just gonna pop over here real quick to, see dad or to see whoever, and then I'll just pop straight back. I ain't gonna lie, when you're on drugs, 3 hours passes by and it feels like 20 minutes. You know what I mean?
Wow. So she's speaking the truth about drugs and, remember, you don't keep time when you're having fun, right? You don't keep track of time when you're having fun. And the mother just popped out, right? Just popped out. Well, we were only going to be gone a few minutes. We wasn't going to be gone that long. That turned into what, 6 hours or more with Summer? I hope they're all punished too, Linda.
I mean, like you lose the track of your time and everything, So, yeah, I think it was I think this is a bad case of just really, really poor, shitty decision making. That
What
or
about
just
Very
not
poor
even that or just
decision
not even
making.
not just that or not even caring. Okay, now listen, that's a whole nother subject that's really touchy with me.
Because let me tell you guys something. Even if she left, how far away was she? So these are questions throughout covering this that I'm going to try to find out, because if she left and left that baby, and she went to a totally different area, right? Then who who did she leave him with, right? Who'd she leave him with? Hey, Colin.
And I'll tell you why it's touchy with me. My husband and I, we did not care at all to do for Elena. Like, absolutely not. It's just money, Anybody that knows me knows I'd rather wipe my hind end on it and flush it down the commode than, to have it in my pocket, because money means nothing to me. Trey was working. Yes, he was. He was working a job, and Erica would ask for diapers or like milk for Elena, and he would always be like, "Well, if you could come and do me like this sexual favor, or if you could do this for me, or come and do that, I'll give you money for Elena." So finally, I just got to a point where I told Erica, "Don't even worry about Trey. Quit asking him for money. If Elena needs it, I've got Elena. Like." I can understand you love your child,
Thank you,
but
Clyde.
when you're drawing $4,000 on your taxes and you're not getting that baby nothing, that tells me that you don't care too much.
I completely agree.
I mean, if you can't buy your daughter,
in order to even
There we
help
go.
provide,
yep.
then he wanted something in return
I put a
to even
different
provide
banner
for
up.
his own kid.
Basically, yes. If you want my opinion, and this is how I feel about it, I feel that it's just my opinion. But most people tend to have a tendency to agree. I think Elena was pretty much just a pawn. If Erica didn't want her, she would ask Trey, "You want her?" Trey didn't want her. Erica didn't want. You know what I mean? Like they fought over her all the time. They did.
I'll
They
show
did.
a
They
little
fought
bit
over her
about
all
her
the time.
dad.
Who was going to watch her? Who was going to keep her? So finally, like I told them, just get out of my face and leave the baby alone. Like if you want to go somewhere, you want to do something, tell me you're leaving and goodbye. Like she's safe here. She's good here. Like I'd rather her be with me and be at peace than to her being fought over. She's not a pawn. She was a human being. She was somebody. And she was somebody who was loved. She's somebody who was
What was
missed.
Elena's favorite cartoon? If
Oh,
you all hear a
Elena's
baby
favorite
crying in the
cartoon.
background, by the way, we got
Probably
one
Baby
that's not
Shark.
feeling good.
Probably Baby Shark, but her all-time favorite cartoon character was Elmo. She loved Elmo. Her papa started buying her Elmos when she was born, and she absolutely loved Elmo. Like Elmo was her all-time favorite. And it didn't matter if you had watched the same one 1,000 times. She still wanted you to clap and go, yay with her and watch and dance Elmo. Like she loved it.
And you all, you know me. I'm transparent as I can be. And if I'm in the wrong, I'll say I'm in the wrong.
Amen.
I kind of judged one of the papaws, not really knowing them, because I saw stuff on Marketplace for sale and I didn't understand it. But I have talked to. Is that the same papa?
If you're talking about Trey's dad, let me tell you, that man absolutely adored
Loved
and
his
still does
granddad.
adored that baby. No, like he still watches videos of her. Like he still cries over her. Like he still misses her. Like he honestly and truly loved that baby so good. And it hurts me to see him because we've been I've known him for a long time. And it's
We can't just sit back and do anything. I mean, physically, I can't do anything, but I can do this. And I think a lot of other channels could do this too. Absolutely. Don't know who you are, but don't call my phone right now. For sure.
hard because when you see that hurt on somebody that you've known for that long and you can't take their pain away, that hurts you because you're like, what can I do? What can I do? You can't do anything. People don't want to be offered like, we don't want to be placated and people be like, oh well, things are gonna be okay. Things are gonna be okay. No, somebody told me today that time just makes it real.
Yeah, I think it might have been me.
I believe it was.
I personally, though, I do.
And I'm going to let you guys know this is probably going to be a long live today. I'm already at an hour and 30. And we really didn't even talk at the beginning. I jumped right into it. There are other things I'll be popping over and showing you guys some news reports and different things like that. So, yep, the baby be stubborn. There wasn't a babysitter, Linda. The little girl was with her mother. People talk about Summer's case, but not many people talk about what happens to other babies like Elena. We know what was done to Elena, and very few people are talking about her. I don't know why, though, Duchess, because the minute that Fly started talking to me about it, I jumped on board. I didn't care if that train was going 500 mile an hour. I jumped on board with it. It's very important. I will say it's very unfortunate that we have to be talking about this beautiful child because this happened to her. Right? That is very, very heartbreaking to me. Very heartbreaking. Okay, Patty, you have a great day, honey. Thank you, Duchess.
I have to do this. I have to say that I was wrong, you all, and I am sorry to Trey's dad.
If that baby was over
I
there,
I
if
judged
Elena
by
was
one
with
post,
them,
and I shouldn't have.
if Elena was with them and I messaged him and asked him, hey, do you care to bring Elena home? He would always bring Elena home to me, or if Elena was here and he wanted to see her, I never denied anybody the chance to see Elena. But what hurts me though, and I'm not gonna lie, and it makes me so mad.
Thank you, AC.
People are out here. We love Elena. We love Elena. We love Elena. Okay, well, if you love Elena, do it for Elena. Don't do it for $1. Don't do it for your name on something. Don't do it for a GoFundMe. You know, it's not about money. Elena was somebody to me before she passed away. You know, she was my entire world for almost a year. And if you're doing it for Elena, do it for Elena. Do it out of genuine
Yes.
love and care and concern for her. Don't.
I agree 1,000%. This is what I don't want to see happen with this baby, that people use this baby's case to make $1. I will say this. If anyone wants to give of their money or time, please follow this case. Please put it out there. Please sign the petition. But go to your local establishments that are doing things to help children. Donate yourself to them. Okay? You don't have to donate to anyone on social media for them to give your money to an whatever organization or something like that. Check into your local organizations that are there for children and to help children, whether it be a children's hospital or, even women's shelters. That includes children that they try to take care of. Check out your local places and give straight to them. Give straight to them. If that makes sense.
Don't put your name on something if it's got $1 attached to it or something. That's not doing that for Lena. That's doing that for greed.
Exactly.
And my nose is kind of running. That's why you guys hear me kind of. Okay? Not because I'm doing anything. Okay. I'm right here. I'm here. Okay. Wow. Wow. We hadn't done that in a while. Wow.
I do want to announce this. We have got a spot in the Christmas parade for Elena. It is it's to
Thank you,
honor
Granny.
her.
You
If
have a great
anybody
day.
local is, sees this live, you're more
I don't
than
know where
welcome to
you're at,
come.
but it's cold here,
This is
so
not a
try to stay
protest.
warm.
This is not something where people's going to be bickering. This is to honor this kid.
This is the holiday season. This is when your children and your family should mean the most to you. If you're out there tonight and you have your babies, hug them tighter, love them longer, because you don't know if you're going to get that tomorrow or not.
Absolutely.
If I could go back and change anything, I wouldn't. But I would ask for 5 more minutes with Elena and one more hug. Because even if I knew the pain was coming, to me, that would be worth dealing with the pain again,
Casey, the only way that you would be accused of that is if you did that. Just because you have a YouTube channel doesn't mean you're going to get accused of trying to get money. I mean, I have my channel. I don't ask for money. I think I've dropped a Cash App for people 2 times. You can have a channel and not be associated with monetizing at all. And I can monetize, but I don't do it when I'm talking about I never wanted to do it talking about Summer, and I would not ever dream of doing it talking about any missing child or a child who's had harm come to them. But you have to realize also, once YouTube starts putting ads in your content, as far as that part of it, yeah, you should get your piece of that, because YouTube's making money off of you that way. So, I mean, if they start putting ads in your content, you should get your piece of that.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we talked about that today. We go through it all over again. We would suffer the pain to have another hug, uh, to hear another
Exactly,
giggle.
Reggie.
yes.
It
Donate
makes
it
you
to
want to
a
hold your babies
children's
closer, y'all.
organization.
It really does. And
Hold them closer, love them longer. You know, I would
I
give
mean,
anything for 5 more minutes with
uh,
Elena.
I just want to let everybody know that I'm not neglecting no kid in the background. If you hear her crying, she's not feeling the best ever was, and her mom has
Aw.
her. She's trying to get her calmed down, but everything's good.
You know,
Yeah,
Elena,
it is
Elena,
heartbreaking, Donna.
Elena was such a girly girl. She loved hair bows. She loved dresses. She loved to smell good. She was just your typical little girl. But she was, rough like a little tomboy. Like, she would get straight in there and get dirty with you. I mean, she didn't care. Like, Elena was just pretty much go with the flow type of child,
You know, you was talking about
Nana for life. Some of the cash apps running across the children's pictures while they're talking about the child or screaming and hollering. If anyone ever needs a missing flyer, just email me and I'll create one for free. Thanks to my members. They are my heroes. I get messages and emails weekly to design flyers and billboards.
she'd fight you to get her hair fixed, but then admire how pretty she looked. And
She
I've got
would.
one here that'll do the same thing. I mean, she'll fight you tooth and nail, but once you get them ponytails in, she'll look at herself.
Though, Elena favored dresses, which I favor dresses too. And she would sit there and you'd be behind her fixing her hair and she would like just be like smacking back at you. And you'd be like, just a minute, Lena Bug, just a minute, Lena Bug. And she would turn around and she'd go, me. And then as soon as I would get done, she would go and she'd start twirling in the mirror and, just wanting to see what she looked like,
And I mean, when you describe her, I think of the kids here in this house. I think of my grandkids. I got a grandbaby her age, and I can't imagine the pain. I mean, I know grief, I know loss, but I just cannot imagine the pain. For those of you that may just be coming in, this is Carol. She took care of Elena. She showed Elena love. She gave Elena a safe place.
Elena
And
loved
they had
me.
a bond like no other. Duchess, would you like to?
There's sometimes when you have these like really, really bad days, I mean, at the end of the day, you just really want everybody to leave you alone, but at the same time, you want a hug. You know what I mean? Elena was
Yeah.
that hug. Elena was that hug, that comfort, like when she would look up at you with them big, beautiful eyes and she would just smile. Like, I mean, you knew everything was going to be okay. Even if your world wasn't right in that moment, your world was right.
Okay, can you all hear me? Because it's trying to say my connection's bad.
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. It was trying to say my connection was bad. You've told me so much about her. I'm trying to
Um,
think of what maybe everybody
Can I share
else.
my favorite? Can I share
Um,
my favorite memory with you, Elena?
yes, ma'am. You can share anything you
Okay.
want to.
Every morning, every morning, without fail. Like I wouldn't even close my door all the way at night because I knew what was coming in the morning. She would either crawl or she'd walk across the hall, and she would fling that door open. And you know how they'll like come back and they'll hit and they'll bounce back. Listen,
Yes.
it sounded like a shotgun going off every morning. She would come across the hall. She would do my door like that, and she would start pulling at the covers, or she would come out there and she'd start poking at me, and I'd roll over every morning without fail, and I still say it. I still tell her, "Good morning, beautiful," and I would ask.
That's so sweet. Let's listen to WBIR Channel 10 talking about the state to seek death penalty for Kentucky mother. Hang on. Hang on, y'all. I gotta back it up a minute.
Prosecutors plan to seek the death penalty against a mother accused of killing her 17-month-old daughter. Erica Lawson was in court today for the first time since a grand jury indicted her for murder and abuse. That's when the Commonwealth's attorney in Bell County told the court of the state's intent. That attorney says she intends to prove aggravated circumstances. Elena Hembry died in late July at a children's hospital. Doctors say the toddler suffered injuries from a sexual assault. Police are still waiting on DNA evidence to determine if others will be arrested in the case. Lawson is in jail on a $1 million bond.
All right, let's hang on, there's a commercial. I'm gonna go right into something else.
Of those stories in a second, but first we start with a southeastern Kentucky mother behind bars accused in the death of her 17-month-old baby girl. We brought you this story first yesterday. It happened in Middlesboro. Police say the child was taken to the hospital Friday night with severe injuries, then later flown to East Tennessee Children's Hospital, where she died Sunday night. Her mother, again, now charged in her death. Tonight, hundreds in the community remembering the life of little Elena.
I know people are hurting, and I know everybody's angry.
Hundreds of people gathering in downtown Middlesboro, remembering Elena, a 17-month-old little girl who died on Sunday. Her mother was arrested and charged with manslaughter.
Anger, hate, sadness. I cried.
I cannot imagine a 17-month-old child going through that kind of torture.
While 21-year-old Erica Lawson is behind bars, Elena's father isn't considered a suspect. For the first time,
Boy, he looks young, doesn't he?
She was a great kid. She was happy with anything and everything. She never caused no problems. She's the most loving little girl, man. She's definitely daddy's girl.
Trey Hembry says everything
Wow,
happened
look
in
how
the blink
young
of
he
an eye,
is.
and he never suspected anything.
I don't even know. I have nothing to say because I don't know.
As hundreds come together to show support for a family in mourning in a once quiet area now dealing with tragedy.
We're not used to this type of thing, and it's kind of a shock.
A turnout that meant a lot to a father dealing with unimaginable loss.
It feels great. She's brought so many people and touched so many hearts that she's never even met.
In Middlesboro, Sam Luther, WVLT News.
How freaking sad is that?
We learned this afternoon Kentucky
Sorry, you
prosecutors
guys.
plan to
I gotta back up to where I was. There was something else I wanted to show you guys. There was another creator who was covering it. This is Angel's memory. Let's hear what she's got to say. So I will share this with you guys real quick. She might just be showing pictures. Yes. The mother's name is Erica Lee Lawson. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's so cute. She's adorable. Okay, now, I was gonna talk about this along the line too, that, Elena's uncle had made a report after he saw burns on Elena, okay? This says on the side of her face. But when they looked to try to find her, they couldn't find her. They couldn't find mom, and they couldn't find Elena, okay? This is from Angel's Memory. Fair use. Now, multiple witnesses say they saw multiple people coming in and out of that house. Wow. Now, this is what I thought was interesting too, that, they never him, Trey the father, and Elena the mother, they never had a custody agreement. And the father was aware that the mother was dragging this little girl in and out of drug houses where she would leave her alone with those men and be passed out a few houses down. Right? Why would you do that to a baby? And the father, aware of seeing bruises and burns on his daughter, why the fuck didn't he do anything? If he's seen those, why didn't he do anything? I mean, if you wanna come up and talk about it, Duchess, I'll drop the link. Colin, read the room. Read the room, dude. Okay, he also mentioned how, the mother was always high and was doped up, didn't even have a job to support herself or her children. She smoked, the, METH in front of her children, had multiple men coming and going in her house, and that she was having sex as her kids were in the same house. Thank you, Linda. And thank you, Lip Lock. So she's doing that in front of the kids. She's taking off, going a couple houses down to the dope house, right? And just leaving the children for anybody to do anything they want. It's disgusting. and it's flippin' sad. And I know we don't have receipts with Summer that these things could have possibly have been happening with that scenario. But you have to ask, right? But if they knew this about her, why did she have those kids? Okay. There was also a message coming from Erica Detroit. I haven't been anywhere, and that's the only place I was. Blank RAPED, our baby. And the father didn't reply back. This is what gets me. If that mother, if she's saying, I haven't been anywhere, that's the only place I was, blank did that to our baby, you knew that him and possibly many others were doing that to your baby. You had to have. Hey, Selena. You had to have. There's no way around that. Must have been pretty high because I'm sure a friend of the family last saw Elena on the 4th of July and reportedly saw the girl was beat all to hell. When she asked Erica how her daughter got those injuries, Erica made the excuse that she fell onto a sippy cup. Friend of the family, did you call law enforcement? I don't know. I'm just asking. If you saw that baby like that, did you call? Did you say something? I mean, honestly, I don't know, you guys. She was going to keep. Oh, okay. That's probably Carol. That's probably Carol. I thought I heard Carol say something about she's seen her with bruises and was told it was the sippy cup. She was going to keep Elena because she feared something bad was going on, but she was told she'd be arrested for kidnapping since she was no blood relation to Elena. This is Carol, okay? And Carol called. Thank you, Flies. I figured that once I remembered the Carol talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. She took Elena back to her mother, called CPS, also told the father to get the baby. She felt she was in trouble. It's been said that the mother would drug her daughter using Narcan, which made her sleep for over 2 days, sometimes 3. Are you fucking kidding me? Would give her Narcan and she would sleep 2 to 3 days? The mother also had Elena also had pipe burns on her body from where her mother would use meth on her baby. What? We have no proof of that. Which part, Flies? Hey, Mazzy. Yeah, Casey, welcome to my channel. When I say cursy words, it's usually just the fuck word because I say fuck. So I just let everybody know it. I also let everybody know that this content was some pretty heavy content. And if you're easily triggered, please come back another time. We would love to have you back another time. Yeah. So my coffee right now is actually hot chocolate. And I'm going to say fuck. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys, you have to see her eyes. Look at these beautiful eyes. Oh my gosh. Those are beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to try not to get real emotional here. July 28, 2023, Erica handed her 17-month-old daughter over to one of 6 men in exchange for drugs. That was the last time she saw Elena alive. Oh my God. Oh my God. So now we understand how there's so much DNA, how there's so many different DNAs, right? Oh, okay. Hang on, Duchess. Give me just a second. Let me get through this real quick. Somehow, Erica forgot who she exactly left her daughter with. When she managed to figure out where she was, the baby was no longer breathing and was covered in horrific injuries. The baby's body was bloody, bruised, and completely battered. Oh my gosh. Oh, Vic, are you dealing with snow, honey? A lot of this is just speculation. Here, Duchess, I'll drop you the link. Is it speculation, or how would they even think to come up with these things? So they heard this, they heard it somewhere at some point to it's 20 there and trying to snow. I know it's cold as crap here. I think we're probably going to get some snow. It was really cold last night. Really cold. There's the link, Duchess, if you want to take it. I know, Lip Lock, this is a hard one. Very hard. Hey, Duchess.
Hey, Remain Calm. Thank you so much for inviting me to come on panel.
Oh, no problem.
I wanted to tell you that I just spoke with my friend Crystal on the phone, and she is on her way over and would like to come up and speak about Elena.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
She had a few things going on, so I called her and she was like, "This is so wonderful. Tell her I really appreciate it. And if you'll give me a minute, I will be over there on my way. And
Oh, yeah, I would definitely love to have her up here,
okay,
to talk about it. And, it's
we
it's so much better for me. And I'm glad she had time to come over today, to let us know what are the facts and what are not, so much hearsay and things like that. So, I mean, it
that
definitely sounds like she's on top of this case. There she is right there. Hello, Miss Crystal.
Hello.
hey, Crystal,
Welcome, welcome.
thanks for
Oh,
coming up
thank you
on
for
such
having
short
me.
notice.
Oh, no problem at all. I mean, anything for this baby.
That's completely understandable. I get where you're coming from. I appreciated Fly so much when she mentioned it to me. I think it's very important to let people know that, these things are going on with all of our children. It's sad that it takes a case like this for people to have their eyes open. I know people talk about, oh, it's a woke society now, and the sad thing is, yeah, people are waking up, but they're not waking up to our children and this stuff happening.
Exactly. And I mean, this case hit real close to me. Um, well, for one thing, it's in my back door. Uh, like everybody else, I mean, I fell in love with Summer Wells. Heard all the things that could have happened to her. Um,
Mhm.
and then when I heard about this case, I mean, there's evidence out there that everything you speculated that could have happened to Summer happened to this baby, and she's 17 months old. And I
Right.
just can't fathom that. I mean, I can't imagine what any human being could be thinking to harm a small child. And I mean, and I could look for information, and there is none. There's not many people covering this case. I mean, and I think it needs to be covered. I'm begging people to cover it.
Well, that was
Um,
surprising to me that more people wasn't talking about it and covering like they should be.
Yeah.
it was me also. I mean, like, just a second. I'm getting situated here. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. Take your time.
But Crystal can
Um,
definitely share the facts. And there are things that Crystal and I both know about this case that we actually can't share on YouTube. There's just some things that are not for social media and YouTube. And we have to kind of keep that information in our pocket because, law enforcement is still conducting their investigation. And we don't want to bring any disrespect to
Right.
Elena's case. But some of the things that I have seen and read directly from the father and the people that are involved um, in this, it is absolutely sick and heartbreaking.
Well,
And
yeah, and
if I
one,
do ask you guys a question that you can't answer, don't think that
of course,
especially on my channel, I'm pretty respectful, and I will not, if I ask you something and you can't answer it, that's a-okay with me over here. So,
well, we
yeah,
appreciate
and
that
just
very
know
much.
if it's something that I know and I don't answer it, it's not because I'm not being transparent. It's because it is an active investigation. Um, but I'm willing to, I'm willing to tell you, everything that I'm allowed to say at this point. Um, I will say that it's gut wrenching, and to just talk about it doesn't touch the surface.
so
Um,
was she so we were listening to your channel when you were talking to Carol. And so obviously mom and dad weren't together, and
no,
we know mom was 21, so and the father looked very young. He didn't look very old at all.
yeah, he is close to her age, to my knowledge. Um, at the current time, the father is dating a minor.
Yes.
It's very
Wow.
public. Um,
Well, she came to
the
the
mom,
vigil that you filmed, and is that still public on your channel, Crystal? The vigil for
yes,
Elena? Yeah,
yes,
you
and I
can
mean it
actually
has
see
not
her
been
there.
confirmed. It has not been confirmed that that is the girl, but I have been told that that is the girl. If that make And you can tell how young she is, and you can tell how she's defending him on that live. Um, the way
Well, why
I mean,
this is what I don't understand. If they're talking about that he's seen what looked to be neglect, why didn't he get his daughter?
that is a very good question. That's one that I've been asking the whole time because I'm a foster mom. And I have myself been married twice. My oldest son, my son is with my first marriage. And so I know in the state of Kentucky, the parent that has the child can keep the child until they go to court to set a custody. So I've often asked why he didn't just get her, didn't just take her and say, hey, I'm not letting her come back. We can go to court and let the judge decide on custody and take her and let her be examined. But now keep in mind that the father is currently sitting in Bell County Detention Center on an old warrant. So this is my opinion. I think he didn't report anything or go to the police because he was worried about that warrant.
Yeah, he
What was
thought he
his
would be
warrant
arrested.
for? Was it drugs or?
Drugs and
Wow.
Drugs and stealing a vehicle. He got caught in a
Yeah.
stolen vehicle.
Wow.
Isn't that
When
sad?
I was searching for somebody that loved this baby and took care of her, Carol is the only one I found. I'm not saying there isn't others out there. I'm not going to make a statement I don't know 100%. But she's the only one that come forward and said, I want to talk about Elena. I want people to know who she was.
Right.
I've been to vigils that I didn't see family members at, but they came to the one that the mayor had. There was a GoFundMe made. And around here, if a small child passes away, it is not uncommon for places like funeral homes and crematories and stuff like that to donate their services. And this happened with Elena. So instead of spending that towards something, him and his minor girlfriend went to Florida.
Yes, that really happened
Wow.
on the GoFundMe. Yes. So that you see where the problem lies with that. Yes, Nana, there are grandparents. The father, Trey, are his parents together, Crystal? I know the grandfather.
I don't think that they are, but
okay.
For a long time, I was under the impression that Trey's dad just didn't care because I saw toys on Marketplace. And I've lost 2 kids. And I couldn't imagine getting rid of anything that they had.
Oh
But
my.
I was under the impression that those was Elena's. I do not
That
have facts
that
that those
that
was. I was
3
actually told.
Yep, 3 cases right there that has happened with, that I know of.
But
With him
the
and the
thing is,
young.
I'm sorry. I do want to say this. Carol said that Trey's dad is suffering bad. So, like I said, I have no proof that those toys was. And I want to
Right.
make that clear because I did get angry when I saw that. And if I'm wrong, I am a person that will come out and say, I'm sorry and I'm wrong and I was wrong in that situation. And
I
that's
mean,
bothered me real
you have
bad.
to look at, of course, you're gonna look at that situation and think the negative on it, because even with the father being young, with Trey being young, he takes his young girlfriend or whoever, and they take money that was raised for that baby and they go on vacation with it.
Yeah.
How
That's
disgusting and disrespectful to your child can you be more than that?
To me, it don't get no lower. When he got caught for his warrant, he was in Walmart and had a bag of marijuana and set it in the Walmart floor while he was shopping. Well, of course, it had an odor. The law was called. He was worried about a warrant, in my opinion, and didn't report Elena, but yet he's dumb enough to walk into the Walmart and do anything, to get caught with something like that for his warrant to be pulled up.
Right.
Also, there is a audio recording that I could not edit at all because there was every other word was it was a vulgar racial slur. You
Well,
wouldn't
we
have been
tried
able
to
to
edit it, Crystal.
edit
I
it.
mean, it was
Yeah, Duchess
terrible.
tried to.
I think he said these words like every fifth word. Like Crystal and I both tried to edit the video and it was impossible. It was horrible. Oh my gosh.
Remain
Do you
calm.
think
Could
Go
I
ahead,
share
honey.
something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Could I have a photo that he
Okay.
has posted. He
Mhm.
posted it on April the 17th of 2021. When this first happened, he said that he did not know Elena was in that situation, that she was around drugs and stuff. His story has changed a lot. Can I share this with your audience?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not the photo that proves he didn't know.
But he was
It's
on drugs himself. So to say that he didn't know she was around drugs, that doesn't even make sense to me.
no.
I would think that
Okay.
I would think that he had to have known what
Oh
this
yeah.
here, let me add it to the stage here.
Look in her hand. This is the dad, and this is the mom. Look in her hand.
Wow.
It's a needle.
It's a
It
needle.
sure is. I know you guys can see that.
And so that's mom and dad both.
Yes.
Yes.
That's mom and dad together.
Oh my
They would
gosh.
use that baby as leverage against one another.
Yep.
In order for him to even provide to help with Elena, he would ask for special favors. Yeah, in that way.
So even though they wasn't together, they were still like friends with benefits.
Who
Pretty
knows? I
much.
mean, it's an awkward
I'm looking for
situation.
something else that I can show you that I'm able to show.
Crystal, also while you're looking for that, can we talk briefly about how there was a original petition that was started for Elena, and Crystal did have a live stream, and we were sharing said petition that was also shared in a group that is for Justice for Elena. And in the middle of, after several people that were that are on my channel, on Crystal's channel, we signed this petition. And in the middle of this petition being circulated, Remain Calm, the people that started the petition went back and altered the petition to say, instead of justice for Elena, we want, to get justice and find out what happened. The petition was altered to say, now it was more about how the father was innocent and we needed to get him out of jail. And we
Yes.
went and took
They
our names
changed
off
the
of the petition.
I
Yes, ma'am.
remember Fly said something to me about that, and I was like, "Are you flipping kidding me? That's crazy. Why
To
would they
change
do
a petition
that?"
that all of those people have signed that they did not consent to support, and you just change what the petition is about. I don't know how change.org allowed that to happen, but that was wrong.
Yeah, how would they even allow that? I would think that there could be a lot of legalities to that. I would think
This is
somebody, if they wanted to, could really cause some problems about that.
Yes, this case is okay. This was a text message between Trey and Erica.
Yes.
You can look on the screen.
And that's the original, by the way, Remain Calm.
Yes. Yes, this
Oh,
is the
then the other
original.
one that I was showing on the other channel.
Yeah, that was just somebody, putting that in a video, but this is the actual text message.
It says, Trey, I haven't been anywhere, and that's the only place I was.
It mentions a person's name
Mm-hmm.
or baby. And then it shows that he talked to her.
Right.
And then if you look, he turns around an hour later and calls her again. So why didn't he leave when this message was sent at 9:02 and go get that baby? Why did he not take her? This baby was unconscious for 45 minutes, and the mother was made to take her to ARH Middlesboro Hospital. When this baby was life flighted to East Tennessee Children's Hospital, the mom didn't even go with her.
So that text and obviously phone calls that he had with her, was that before she ended up going to the hospital, or was that
yes
after mom was busted out?
Those texts, according to Trey, because before he went to jail, he went like wild posting things on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Those texts was before, but yet he says he didn't know nothing about it. You would have to know how small Middlesboro is. If you want to, you can go to my channel. I drive through Middlesboro and show you exactly, because keep in mind that nobody other than the mom has been arrested on charges with this. They are 4 supposed alleged suspects that have been arrested on unrelated, like drug charges, but nobody has been arrested for this. And one said person,
you know it, in the case so well that you do you think that the possibility that she actually let someone else pretty much take control of Elena due to the drug usage?
I think it's very possible. I think neglect was the biggest thing. I think she was leaving Elena, and because after I've talked to Carol to kind of find the nature of the way she was, I think she was leaving Elena with people just to, at the trap house for them to watch her so she could go 2 doors down and do drugs. So she I don't even think she had eyes on that baby. There is messages that states Elena had been sleepy or been sleeping like a angel or something for 2 days. There's no 17-month-old baby that sleeps for 2 days.
No.
Is that where it came out that what I showed that video, she was talking about giving her Narcan and she slept for a couple days?
And well, it has been stated, there's nothing been proven that happened, but it has been stated that she could possibly have been gave stuff to make her sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. If they know for a fact that that baby slept for a couple days, that baby was given something to make her sleep for a couple days. A 17-month-old does not.
Bad shape.
Yeah, I mean,
it scarred the nurses that took care of her.
I've seen all the text messages from the nurses that took care of her.
And it was like a work group
it's
chat.
a lot. It's a lot. It actually, I cried when I read what these nurses said when they described her injuries and things that had happened to her. I literally just wanted to go throw up. It's horrible.
And people,
well, I think what people need,
from six grown men.
And that's what I was trying to say too. If there is 6 different DNAs associated with that baby. It was in it was all 6 within a specific amount of time, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
at
is believed
the
that
trap
this happened
house.
over yeah,
Yeah,
not
they
a
were at the
one-night
trap
event.
house.
This wasn't a one-time event from the way it's been
Right.
described, and from what I saw in messages, it wasn't a one-time event. It looked like it happened over a week, at least a week's time. Then you've got this right here. This is one. Like I said, I'll show you what I can. And yes, this stuff I've turned in. I've turned in my lives to Middlesboro
Yeah,
Police
she sent
Department. I took on
everything to the
2 hard
police.
drives.
So basically this, I mean, if you think about the situation, it sounds like that this had happened maybe previously also, but
Yes.
maybe not to that extent. Now, what is this you're showing us?
This is one of the suspects moving.
After this
Really?
happened, he's loading up his stuff and moving, and this is right down from the police department, right, Crystal?
Yeah, yes, it is. Yep, the
So
police
they
have to
had to
pass
know he
this.
was moving. I mean, this makes no sense. Like, you're a potential suspect.
And they're, keep in mind, they're walking the street. Remain calm if you don't care. Share the video. There is a video on my channel. Share it. It says how long it takes to get through Middlesboro, because there is a huge, huge problem with this. And if people just look at the video, they'll be able to see
Yeah,
how
hold on and
close it
I'll pop
borders.
it up.
And people, I want you to keep this in mind if you care about Summer Wells' case. When I went to Middlesboro Police Department, they hadn't heard about her. And you will
And that's
see in
not
this
far.
video.
Okay,
You will
so
see in this.
is it the time it takes to enter Virginia or Tennessee from Middlesboro?
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
Okay, I got it. Let me pop it up here for us.
And Crystal took that video herself. So I mean, this is very accurate.
Yes. This was took on Thanksgiving, day after Thanksgiving. I was going to my in-laws, so I decided I'd show everybody.
All right, here we go.
I'm entering Middlesboro right now.
I want to know why it's going to take a year to process this DNA. I mean, I don't understand how people can hurt a child and she loses her life.
Okay,
And
just
they're
a
just going
second,
to let these
Duchess.
people roam on the street.
Hey,
This
Cassius.
is important. Right here, just a second. Me explain something to y'all. I get behind a Jeep, and this is the road that this happened to Elena on. I'll show you when I'm there.
Okay.
Because this is not a long video, if that says anything.
I don't think a lot of city folks realize either how quickly you can jump from one state to another, traveling through that
Right.
area.
I mean, they could just disappear. They could just leave and go to another place. Yes, a year,
Okay.
Justin. And I did drop that article in the chat further up about how the DNA, it's on WBIR.com, about how the DNA could take a year. And I will drop that link again so you guys, if you want to go over and check that article out.
Yeah, I do know that, you know, depending on exactly how extensive they're looking at the DNA, some things they can, you know, the report can come out rather quickly, and
here.
then other times it takes a long time.
Right here, I zoom in on the road where it happened. See that the hospital sign there? She
Right?
could have easily took her to the hospital. It's on this road. That black
Wow.
car just turned on it. Now,
That's
from
horrible.
here, look how quick you can be in 2 other different states. There's actually a spot you can stand in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia all at once.
Mm-hmm. Justin knows. Thanks
Yeah,
for being
that's
here, Justin.
that's
I appreciate it.
that's like Indiana and Ohio. There's a spot where it's like right next to each other.
Yes.
Yeah, Justin's a
Now,
friend of ours over here. We love Justin.
Yeah, we do love
hello,
Justin.
Justin. Hello, everybody in chat. I'm sorry I haven't said hello to people, but I'm sorry. I'm real passionate about this case right here.
Well, I
I
said
do
they said it's
appreciate
a
everybody.
backlog is what's causing the
Right.
delay.
Well, that's what they're
Yeah.
saying, but I feel like they could expedite that DNA if they wanted to.
I thought I showed a
What's bad
news
is
thing where
there's
they were talking about that they were actually gonna
yes,
put
they
this
did
case
actually
number one.
expedite it. They did expedite it, but they're still saying it'll be over a year. See, I'm getting ready to go through the Cumberland Gap Tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my
And
subs
now,
said she lives real close to this tunnel.
yeah, this tunnel border state you are. And I will point where you turn off to go to Virginia, and then where Tennessee is.
I've been
This
through
quick,
this
they could
tunnel
be
a
out of
couple
state.
times.
Oh, I have to go through this tunnel every time I see my in-laws.
Yes, Michelle. I-40 runs through Knoxville and it goes to North Carolina to California. That's right.
I'm in that
That's why
tunnel, I think.
that's why trafficking is such a big concern in some of these areas because they're close to places where people can get on the highway.
Exactly.
There's a lot of kids that are missing in Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. I mean, you've got I-40, you've got I-95, these corridors.
You've got crooked cops that turn their head.
Yes.
Okay, right
Yeah,
here.
that's like that here too.
Right here, you can see Virginia is right to the right there. And right there's the Tennessee line.
Wow. Yeah, that's the way
See,
it
right
is.
there's where you go to Virginia. And there, right there's Virginia. And right there's Tennessee.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is too, you hear so much about drugs being moved, in these from, these interstates and all these connecting um, you know, roads and things like that, but nobody ever really talks about, you know, children being trafficked in that area. But now this mother, we know she had a drug problem. We know
Right.
she was going to trap houses. We know
Mhm.
that she was basically leaving her little girl in the environment, uh, just leaving her with these other addicts.
Remain calm. I don't know how long you're going to be live. I've got to run my daughter to work.
Okay, honey.
I'm very passionate about this. I can either try to jump back on when I get to service. I live 5 miles back in the holler, but or when I get back.
Well, just
Or
take your time because I'm just gonna go with the flow on this and keep going here for a little while longer. So if you get a chance to come back, then
I will most
please
definitely do it. And I
feel
thank you
free to
so
do
much.
so.
And if there's
Thank
anything
you
that you want me
so,
to
so
share,
much for
Crystal,
sharing
you
her
can just let
case.
me know. You can send me or tell me anything that you want me to share or talk about. I'm happy to do it. I'm just waiting on my vet to call me about the puppy. So I have a little bit that I'm just that I'm free to chat about Elena, because this case is really important, and I really appreciate
And
you remain
Duchess
calm.
knows. I've shared a lot with Duchess. Duchess knows too. I appreciate you. Remain calm. Duchess, you know, honey, I love you. You're my sister.
I love you too,
All
darling.
I ask is people, please share this case. Do it with dignity and share this case. This baby deserves it. Because nobody's covering
Absolutely.
this.
And that's what I said. When you cover a case like this, do it for the children, do it for what's in your heart. Nobody needs to
Yes.
hand anybody a dime. Nobody needs to make a dime off of talking about these horrific things that are happening to our children. You all can make a dollar another way. You don't necessarily have to use the horrible things that happen to children to make your dollar, you know?
Amen. And I mean, you can ask Duchess. I could throw some stuff that would raise the hair on your head on my screen, but I will never disrespect that baby like that. I'll
Right.
never do it.
Right.
I love you all, and I'll get back with y'all. And again, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Crystal, for coming up. I appreciate you. You're more than welcome over here anytime you want to come over and update us or whatever. We're always here for you.
Same applies to my channel. I love you all. Thank you all.
Thank
See
you,
you.
Thank you,
Crystal.
Crystal. Something I also did want to let you guys know is Crystal uses her own money, which, I mean, I send her money because, listen, nobody tells me where to send my money. I send my money to the people that I love and care about because I want to help whatever they're doing to try to help these kids. And she didn't ask for it. She wanted to put Elena in a to march in a parade.
Exactly.
And I think some people probably feel some type of way. There was somebody, I think, that just wanted to have their name on like the banner that she was making, and she's like, no, it's not about me or
Why
you or
would
anybody else.
Yeah, that's
It's
kind of
right. It's
a
about this
silly
baby.
request right there.
Yeah, I felt like some weird way about that. And so did Crystal, but she went and designed and paid for this banner, and she was irritated that I sent her money because
Right.
she never asked for that. But I mean, these banners are like $250. I mean, they're extremely expensive, like a 4
Well,
foot
I
by
mean,
30-foot banner to march
that's
in a
the thing
parade.
about it. People with common sense know that there's a difference between somebody who's trying to
Right.
do something good and helping them out, between doing something that is going in somebody's pocket
Right.
and not being used for, things that, make a difference. And
Exactly.
that happens a lot on social media.
It sure does.
You
And so
know.
I just wanted you guys to know that she did get all of that paperwork completed so that she can, have this banner and march in the parade for justice for Elena Hembry. And I
Okay,
think that it's amazing.
So they have had you said like 5 to 6 different DNAs.
Six
And
different
but
DNAs that were found.
they have not arrested anybody yet.
Correct. They do have the people that are considered the suspects, who the DNA belongs to. However, they have not made a move on that. And 4 of those 6 are currently either serving time in jail or have been in jail and got out on charges that are not related. I will also say, and I hope that Crystal's okay with me saying this, there is one particular person, and that person was mentioned on the text message from Erica to Trey.
So it's
In
like
that text message, that person actually has previous charges of SA in other
wow.
states, in
Yeah,
North
I mean,
Carolina and other places. And so, what? Like, this guy is a predator, and you guys aren't doing anything about it. Like,
yeah, that that is one
it
sad
scares
thing
me.
too, that people don't realize, that these men, and even women, I mean, we talk about the men, but there are women like that too. And they
Yes.
do these horrible things and they go to jail for a short amount of time and they're just let right back out. And it's so sad because most of them reoffend again. And it's like you're letting these people out knowing that the possibility of them reoffending again is, a high probability.
I think that's the biggest concern that many of us have, is you have people that go to jail for selling drugs, for doing drugs, for DUIs. They can be like DW and go to jail for 9 months because he violated probation and got a DUI. But yet you have these people that are harming children and that they end up losing their life, and they only want to give them 5 years. Like, that doesn't add up to me.
That doesn't add up at
If
all.
you're hurting an 18-month-old baby and doing things like essaying a child, I'm sorry, but here in South Carolina, we believe in capital punishment. We have the firing squad and electrocution, and I support that. Not everybody has to agree with me, but I just feel like some things, there is a warranted situation, that because I just feel like that there are situations where people, I mean, you can ask for people to sit in jail for the rest of their lives and have the taxpayers, I mean, we're spending millions and millions of dollars to keep these people incarcerated. Is it going to change anything for them to sit there and think about it for the rest of their life? I doubt it. Not those people. Is it going to make a difference? I don't really know if it's going to make a difference. I
Well,
just know that in 5 years, if they get back out on the street, the recidivism rate with adults who harm children is like above 80%. Like, they are going to reoffend again. And that is, why would they put people in harm's way and allow that? And it
this is
frightens me because I'm a
this
mother.
this is a question that I have because, of course, it said that the uncle had seen the baby in not good shape and went to the police, but yet they couldn't find the mother. But the dad knew where the mother was the whole time, right? I don't understand. I kind of don't
I feel
understand
in
that.
my heart that he is complicit. And I also feel like that not only did he not report this because he was afraid of getting arrested for his warrant, but it would also show that if he reported it, that they may find that he may have had prior knowledge to things that had went on, if there was possible abuse that was happening before where he was involved. And so for him to speak up on that and do something, it could also mean charges for him.
Yeah,
But some
because
people don't have a
did
conscience, I feel like.
did they ever talk about the fact that he had that young girlfriend and maybe he didn't want the responsibility of his own daughter because of the young girlfriend?
It's very possible that there have been rumors where I've seen text messages, relating to that. This was, I guess, his new priority with this girl. And like I said, you guys can go over to Crystal's channel. I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you played it, but it is kind of long at the vigil. But towards the end of the vigil for Elena that she attended, you will actually see this lady who was identified as his current girlfriend, And when I say that she is a minor, I don't mean like she's 17. I mean like she's much younger than that. And
Wow.
she actually goes up there and she is screaming at these people and yelling at the vigil. This is a vigil for a child. And she is screaming and yelling about how the dad is not a bad person. And all she's doing is standing up there defending him. And it's very, very telling about so much, because why does anybody need to go defend you if you aren't guilty of anything?
Exactly.
And I feel like people
Exactly.
need to see that for themselves, because we're all adults and we can think for ourselves. We can make our own, you know, decisions
Did
about what we're
did,
witnessing. And I feel like
did
that.
Crystal do that on a video?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is on her channel. And I think it's just really important to, and like I said, it's near the end of the vigil when this girl comes up, and she's just a child herself. And she had no place to be up there talking about all of these things and making all of these statements. I just felt like it was very inappropriate for that to take place at this child's vigil. It was very upsetting to a lot of people, but I would like to if you want to play it, you're more than welcome to, or I can
Yeah,
share my
I'm
screen. Or
actually looking for it right now, but I think was it a live stream that she did then?
yes.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
I'm trying to look and see if I can look on her channel, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, see if you can see which
Exactly
one it
where
is.
that
I've got it.
is.
I'm looking at her live streams right now. I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind sharing it at all.
It's called Live from Vigil, and it was
Oh, I've
streamed
got it
2
right
months
here.
ago. It's about an
Got it
hour
right
and
here.
16 minutes.
We'll just we'll flip through it kind of
I
quick.
will
I
tell
won't
you
play
that
the whole thing.
the important part that everybody really needs to see begins about, I would say 53:45 is a good place to start.
Okay.
Because that is about the time when this young lady, I think, is getting ready to come up on the stage. You may, I would say like 53 minutes. I would just kind of start right maybe in that area, because that's when everything is, finishing up. And then if you want to go back and let the subscribers and people in chat, watch what happened at the vigil. But I think it's very telling and important for people to see this, because
yeah, let's
it disturbed me.
Let's show this, and this will tell us exactly what kind of.
And can you enlarge it on the large
Yeah.
square on the right hand side, because I think
Yeah, I
people might
gotcha.
be able to
There we go.
see it better. And thank you, Remain Calm, for doing this.
You're
It
very
really
welcome.
it means so much.
I think this is going to show us.
And I appreciate everybody that's in chat right now, just being here to support this baby.
Oh, I love my chat and my mods. They're so respectful.
Hey guys. No, come on. I'm not there. I'm good. Thank you, kids. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Oyster egg. I don't know what to say. Just say what you're feeling. Come on. Hey guys. No. Are you good? She's not matching the phone. Good. So I think someone has something that they want to get off their chest.
Oh, is this it?
Come here, what's her name? Tori. Come here, Tori.
She's getting ready to come up on stage here in a minute and just go crazy, pretty much.
Is that her?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, look how young she is.
You're welcome, Eve. I appreciate y'all having me over here. I really appreciate it.
Let me turn on the subtitles here.
I knew them for months. Two of them, I would have said that I would have trusted to be around children in a room. I hang out in the hollers. I know the traps. I knew the people. I knew the.
Okay, stop it right there. She just said, I know the traps. In
Yeah.
other words, she knows the trap house, y'all, and she is a baby herself.
Yeah, because
she
she just said I hang out in the hollers.
And I know the traps.
And I know the traps.
Let me
and
tell
I
y'all.
know the people.
So she's talking about she knows the people that are involved. Listen,
yeah.
This is scary. Yes, Marie. I'm not going to say it on this live stream, but Marie Davis in chat. Like, this is really scary, y'all, that this child knows what's going on in the trap houses in Kentucky. Like, I can't. I just wanted
because
to make sure y'all caught that.
That's exactly what she just said. I hang in the hollers. I know the traps. I know the people. I knew the dad. I knew the murder. Are you kidding? Okay, I'm gonna start it again. Here.
Okay.
No, two of the people were with children every single day for months. People trusted them around the children for months. It's disgusting that nothing is being done. People say they want justice, but they're not here, and nothing is being done at all.
True.
Like,
Guys, that's all about making yourself look good on Facebook.
Yeah.
like nothing looks good.
And
You don't look good. You look stupid.
You put
Feel
your
so bad. Like, you say you want to be there and you want to do something, but you see stuff and you don't report it. You see children out being screamed at in public, or you hear something and you don't report it. You say nothing. It doesn't make you look good. But when that child's on the news, you're automatically like, I was up there. I knew the baby. I did this. I tried. But did you? Because I don't think you did.
She is talking about Carol right there.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Listen, Jean, I don't know where her parents are, but they need to come get her.
CPS claiming they didn't know where she was. They could have tracked her if they wanted to. They could have called the drug addicts that were there if they wanted to, but they didn't care. If they cared, they would have done something.
One of the family members offered to have them follow him and him turn on his blinker at the house where she was at, and they refused to do it.
There is no doubt in my mind, Trey was a good dad. I really did.
Now wait, who are they trying to talk about that they said they turned the blinkers on?
I'm not sure. Crystal May could tell you the specifics about that. I think she is in contact with the gentleman that is talking to her from the audience, that's interacting with her.
Right.
This is sad. This is.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll start it again.
A good person. You could see, so people sitting there and talking crap about him on Facebook to me is ridiculous. I knew Trey for years, and I could see any picture of him holding his daughter, the love he had in his eyes for her.
Oh, she talking about daddy.
Yeah, she's defending him.
You could have done something. A mother has her instinct. Erica had a chance. She could have done something. How are you going to say that that was a baby? If this was grown men or multiple grown men, how did you not see it? If you were changing her diaper, did you not see it? Did you not notice that? Were you just neglecting your child and not? There's no excuses for that.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Well, I do admit I do agree with the fact that how could the mother not have known that was transpiring? That's why I asked the question if this had been done different times, or was this just one incident and 5 or 6 different men.
Well, supposedly this went on for an entire week, is what was thought, because Trey actually had seen Elena before that, like just a couple weeks before that, supposedly, according to text messages that I have seen personally. But then he had given Elena back to her, and he didn't think that anything was going to happen. And then supposedly everything was fine, and then it wasn't fine. To me, he's just as culpable, because if you couldn't see your child, like, you mean you went an entire week and didn't ask to see your child? Why?
Yeah, that doesn't sit right with me either.
That girl, the baby was 18 months old. And the
That
mother
is
is in jail on $1 million bond, but so far she is the only one that's charged. But there was 6 DNAs that were found on the baby.
And believe me, these people are not going to give any type of excuse on why their DNA is there. There's no way they possibly could. Here, I'll turn this back on.
But there's been more people that was in and out of that house who had to know something, and every single one of them deserves to be charged with accessory to murder.
Yes.
Every one of them.
They were there and they knew and they didn't do anything. They have children. I'm related to one of the people who said she knew. She has a daughter. She has a daughter that's a little, like a couple months older than Elena was.
Oh, wait. Now she's related to somebody who knew it. Did you hear her say that?
Mm-hmm.
She just all around, ain't she?
It's a lot.
People that was up there could have done something to save them and they did.
And it wasn't, people keep saying drugs. Yes,
It
that
was
was
not
a
drugs.
major
There
factor.
is no drugs
No.
you can take
No.
that makes you that messed up in your mind to do that to
Right,
a child.
exactly.
Amen.
And you have people defending. Listen, I don't care who. J.D. Lumpkin, regardless if he does it, is the biggest piece of shit I've ever met in my life.
Okay, if you'll stop it for a second.
Yeah, who are they talking about? Who's this guy?
That's another person. That's another
suspect.
And he's not a good person either. In my opinion. I've seen his charges. I know what he's been into. But that's who she's talking about. Like, she's trying to put the blame on all these other people, which there's a lot of people to blame, honestly.
Well,
I wonder, 17 months. Okay, 17 months when it happened. I see Crystal in chat.
I wonder what the mother actually knew of these men or whatever that she left her in that house with. I mean, I'll go ahead and throw the link out there for Crystal again. Maybe I will.
I have a call. I'll be right back.
All right, honey. I'm going to drop the link for Crystal here. If you want to take it, Crystal. If you can't, it's okay. He's walking the streets. Well, this girl, Daddy's little girlfriend, seems to know all about the situation. She seems to know about hanging out in the holler and being around all these trap houses and all these other things. That's where she's young and stupid. I don't know who would think that would be a good idea to get up in front of a group of people and talk about those things. It makes no sense at all. If they're going to try to get the DNA back quicker, we know the mother's never going to make bail. I mean, there's no way she's going to come up with $1 million cash bond. So we know that's not going to happen. Hey, Lisa Kleckner. Right? Let's listen to what else she's saying here.
They literally came and picked him up from 537 West End Home. Yeah. We're laughing with him. And after he had been touching.
So well to a point that I was up in the hollers with him around children, around the baby that was 6 months old, and him holding her nigga small.
Wait. So little girl sitting here talking about being up in the holler with this dude where he was holding a 6-month-old, and she admitted she knew about the guy and obviously his record. Congress need to allocate money for DNA testing instead of other crap they pass money for. Well, I know that with the DNA testing too, there's a lot of states and counties, different things like that, that actually, oh, thank you, that girl, that actually have many RAPED kits that they have not been able to even get those started, and these are some of those are from years ago. We can only pray the mother tells what she knows so everyone involved can be held accountable. But the problem with that, AC, is Mama saying she wasn't there. She was a couple houses down, right, Duchess?
Right. Yeah, she was at another man's house with a man who was not her father, supposedly asleep for 2 days. Now,
So
make that make
so
sense.
she was at another man's house sleeping.
I believe that it wasn't because I don't think she was there. I think she was down the street, but she was at the baby was at here. Crystal's back on panel. Crystal can tell you to get the specific information
Okay,
that we know.
I'm a driving too, so
You're
I
driving.
just want to let people know that if somebody asks me something in chat, just if one of you catch it, let me know. What was the question?
Okay, so Elena, when she was asleep for those 2 days, and her mom was like a couple houses down doing whatever she was doing, whose house was Elena at? She was just at some random guy's house, right?
At the same trap house, now is my understanding.
She was at the trap house.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And Carol saw her on the 4th, and she was bruised bad. I mean, so she got up with Erica and asked her what happened to her. Erica tried to say she fell on a sippy cup. And she said, "Don't you dare lie to me." She said, "I will come over and I'll smack the taste out of your mouth." Well, Carol tried to keep Elena, okay? And they threatened to get her for kidnapping because Carol's no blood relation. And she actually reported to Child Services, and they did nothing about it.
Wow.
So on July the 4th, Elena was bruised.
So do you think that because we know that Carol cared for her for extended amount of time there, at one point, do you think the mother threatened Carol the way that she did because she knew that if Carol got a hold of the baby, that more than just the bruises she's seen from the alleged sippy cup, she was going to know?
Oh, yeah. In my opinion, I think the reason that Erica was keeping that baby away from Carol is because she knew that if Carol saw that that baby was being mistreated, she would have stomped a hole in her honey and waited through it. Carol
Right.
stated on one of my lives that if she would have seen that, she would be in jail for horrible crimes because she would have took matters in her own hands.
Yeah, Nana, this is the young girlfriend of Daddy. I'm gonna turn this on just for a minute. We'll see what else she's got to say. This little girl, um, obviously thought that what she was telling the crowd, uh, was making her look good or something like that. But I got news for her. She's told us a lot about herself.
Oh yeah. Oh
What
yeah. And
said
that's the reason I continued to record, because I did not feel that it was, that was the appropriate way to act at a vigil. First of all,
I mean,
but
look,
I
Crystal,
continued to record because I knew she was saying stuff and I wanted it
she admitted
recorded.
to being around this guy and him holding a 6-month-old child, right?
Yes, and she admitted to being in the trap houses. She admits to being up in the hollers.
Yep, she sure did. She sure did. All right, let's hear her tell on herself some more.
Girlfriend is pregnant right now with a daughter, and he thinks it's okay if you let this be nothing to play with.
He woke us up slamming her against the door one morning. That's when the cops came, blasted with him, took him to the police station.
And let him go before they even you can defend a man that beats you while you're pregnant with his kid. You are no better.
And he has people scared. That's why people's not talking. This little 23-year-old has somebody scared
He
because
makes
here's
it
what
hurt.
they
He's
do.
on. That was all his only action he can use is to give it back.
A gun and threatening to gut people. That's all that he's about.
Straight from our Commonwealth Purchase Auction of Faith. He's got already got 2 rape charges on him, and it's on that'll be 3 rape charges. Why did you walk in the street?
Very good question.
So this guy had 3 R charges and he was still walking the streets?
Yes, and I will say this. One of those charges was out of Knox County, and they were going to come and pick him up, and it wasn't allowed.
AC, I want to address AC's comment. AC, she
Yeah,
said, is it
I'm glad you
possible
are. I just seen
that
that.
the 6 DNA profiles are not all male? Well, AC, let me just explain it like this. These profiles were found inside the baby. Okay. I hate to say it like that. My God, that sounds horrific.
Yeah, I
And I'm not
heard that it was bad.
in multiple. Crystal, help me out here before I just lose
In
my.
multiple
This
places.
baby, and forgive me, but
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
sometimes this
Sometimes,
baby's
Crystal.
esophagus was
Yes.
torn, you all. Her esophagus was torn.
There we go.
That's
There, it's been said.
horrifying.
I could not even get it out, y'all, because
I
it makes me
know.
so mad.
I know, Crystal. It's
I'm
it's
sorry, I don't want to say it like that.
I don't either.
we understand. We really do over here. We're all like that, Crystal. Sometimes we'll be talking about things and we try to explain it and we go around and round and then we just have to say it because you just sometimes you just have to say it.
So that's why I'm telling you that when I say that what happened to her was horrific, you guys don't even know. What Crystal just told you is just the brink
That's
of
what I
what her
can tell you.
injuries was.
I
That's
just
what
don't
I can tell you
understand.
without disrespecting her.
I just don't understand why they didn't go in that fucking place and arrest
I know.
even the ones that they suspected of it before the DNA. Why are these people still walking around?
I'll tell you why. For the same reason
that the man that shot my uncle in the head never went to jail and never did time, because the cops around here are dirty as the people that done this.
Amen for the ones in the back that ain't listening. Y'all
You know
need to
what,
wake up.
Crystal, saying that, that happened with my uncle too. My uncle was shot in the back of the head, and his the guy that did it to him, when my grandmother and everybody went to court, the guy actually had been placed in a mental hospital from killing somebody else, and he gets out of the mental hospital and kills my uncle. And he never went back to jail. He just went back to the mental hospital.
Well, this guy didn't. He didn't go to a mental hospital. He didn't. He didn't get nothing. They had, and I mean, you got to think, same area, y'all. They had evidence of my uncle's brain matter on his shirt. They found my uncle's blood in his home. They found the gun that my uncle was shot with in his dresser drawer. I mean, ungodly amount of DNA evidence. His first trial, he got life without parole. 30 days later, 30 days after he was found guilty, he got off on a technicality because a guy was on the jury that man had robbed. You tell me they didn't know that.
Are you kidding?
Yes, I've looked it up in old newspapers, and it was all in the newspaper. So why was he even on the jury? It was a big case. They were I mean, he had just been released from jail for doing that. So how in the world do they know that?
Wow.
But now he was also a CI. And in these small towns, these cops, they depend on them.
Yep.
Because they don't know how to do their doggone job.
Yep. And they
And
get by
Duchess,
with
I
a
will
lot
give
of
you.
stuff.
Now, yesterday in Elena's case, and I'm not talking about Carol, I talked to somebody, and it is a very credible witness. I cannot speak about what they told me because this is part of the investigation. But if Duchess wants to put it in the back chat, and you want to give me your word, you won't say anything in publicly, it will give you a better understanding on why crap ain't getting done in this case. Because there is
if you're
another
talking to me,
suspect.
I don't put out things that people
Yeah, I'll put
tell
it in the
me.
back chat. I know what you want me to tell her.
Yeah. Who the unnamed suspect is.
You know what
And I'll
surprised me?
tell you people that if I said it, I wouldn't make it. I would literally be eliminated.
So how did this mommy get the last name Lawson? Is that a married name or?
No, I think that's her maiden name.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder because that's the first thing that I noticed was that.
I put it in the back chat. Remain calm.
Yeah. You know what? That doesn't surprise me.
I know. Isn't that sad?
I mean, if you look at Summer's case, Jeremy Dugan said that there was a law enforcement's personal vehicle on that hill the day, or in Beach Creek area the day Summer went missing. And a lot of people's just not even, you know, they heard him say that and they just kept on trucking. They never even really inquired about it, which surprised me.
It's awful. It's awful. Right now, you all, I'm driving by a place that a lady was thrown over the mountain. Her case went for years, them not even knowing who she was. She was a member of the redhead murders. Around here, cases don't get solved. They don't. My
Girl,
uncle's cold case.
my
Jennifer Baker.
brother-in-law told my sister one time, he said, I'll unalive you and throw you down off that cliff and nobody ever finds you. And I'm like, he ain't lying. He throws your ass down there My family come from Hazard, so
Oh,
they
then you
lived
know
up.
how it is around here.
Yeah, they lived up in the holler in Hazard, and I kind of know a thing or two about the mountain way and things like that, and I tell people all the time that is like living in a totally different country.
It is. I mean, uh, the most justice that baby Elena has had has been done by inmates.
Well, I'm telling you, if when these men hopefully get what's coming to them, hopefully they'll get what's coming to them after they go wherever they're going to go.
And
Send them on down to South Carolina. Like I said, we got a firing squad down here. I got something for them.
And in that video, if you'll notice, you'll hear it was either Justin or the girl one say they're threatening people, scaring people. They're not lying. They're not lying. They tried to intimidate me. I'm just the wrong bird to try to intimidate, because you try to tell me to be quiet, I'll get louder.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would even try to even convince you not to talk about this case. The only reason somebody would try to discourage you from doing that is if they're guilty of something, you know.
Well, I can't even get a FOIA on my uncle's case. That's how crooked this place is.
Wow.
Duchess knows I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
The first video that I ever done on Elena, and I left that comment up. JD's mom commented on it,
Which is one of the people that is
yes,
a suspect in this case.
Really?
She was yelling his name in this
Yeah.
live, the little girlfriend.
yeah, and that's the reason
Yeah,
I mention it now. I mean, it's out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this a little bit more. I want to finish hearing what she has to say, because she's very immature, and it probably would have been in her better interest if they wouldn't have let her up there to say anything.
Now, before you push play, I do want to say this. I was told that's his little girlfriend. I don't know. I do not know that as a fact. I do know
Yeah,
she's
but
in a lot of pictures with him.
is there? That's what I was going to say. In there, pictures of him with her in Florida now. When
There's
they went to
pictures,
Florida,
even at Elena's vigil, there's pictures of them together. But
yes,
like
we
I
had
said,
that. Oh, that's on the news, isn't it? When
Yeah.
I mean, where is that video, Crystal? What is that under? And I'll share the link, and Remain Calm can play that after this if she wants to show them
look on
together.
LEX 18.
Okay.
It might be on it.
okay, I'm gonna turn this on and let it play for a minute, and I gotta go get some water from my coffee pot, so I'll be right back. So yeah, I'll just let that play out, and I mean, if you want to talk through it or something, feel free to do so. Everybody in my chat, y'all be respectful. I know you are. I know you can. You guys are great. So, all right, girl, here I go.
Yeah. He beat his pregnant girlfriend with his kid. He has a daughter. What happens in a couple months when his daughter is born and she gets to be Elena's age and then she's the next one? Exactly. What are you going to do? Are you going to defend that right to your kid? Why is nobody mentioning Harvey? Yeah, why is nobody mentioning Harvey? He's out on the street. He's out smiling in Walmart like it's funny. He's out. People are harassing his daughter, but his daughter's the one to be harassed. Exactly.
I'm not about violence or anything, but if you would catch him out and intimidate his ass,
Father Justice! Every time they gotta do it, down street justice! Let them get cursed up and drowned! They did this to a child! The child is at 6, exquisite nose toddler, it was a baby! That baby didn't even have all her teeth in! That baby is It's okay, it's not.
Hey, I'm busy right now. I'll call you back.
And keep in mind, you all, look at the small children that's around, and she's not censoring her words.
She's out of control.
Yeah, and I mean, she's not censoring anything that she's saying. It tells me she's used to not censoring it.
That got raped, and she said that girl thought that girl had a brain on her. Absolutely not. She was a baby. That one that said, even though he beat me while I'm pregnant with his kid, his daughter, this will happen to her if it doesn't get stopped. He said, it's okay. She's like, it's okay that my baby daddy may have not done this. It's okay he asked teenagers. It's fine. Yep. But
This is what domestic violence does
yes,
to women.
domestic violence screws
She
your
is
mind.
scared.
If you are that bad in love, you can defend someone raping a child. You're the problem.
I think the link is in chat. I think it's
She
this
is
one.
sure talking awful fast, isn't she?
I think it's this link, the WBIR, where the father talks. I think that's it.
Yeah, I thought I had that pulled up. I was gonna. Here, let me pop over into my chat here. I'll pull it up.
Thank you, Brown Girl, for signing the petition and donating. That was very kind of you to do that.
Yes, thank you.
This is yeah,
No,
I seen this one. This was the from the newspaper. It said the Middlesboro community gathered Tuesday evening, show support,
there should
demand
be a
justice.
video on there, I believe, that you can play for the Father Speaks at Memorial. Isn't that the one where you can see him?
Oh yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me share it. Hold on.
Is that
All
the
right,
one,
let's see
Crystal?
what he
Because I
says
couldn't
here.
find it on the other one. I think this might be
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, I think
this
that's
is the
it.
video. All right, let's see what he says. Oh, wait.
Before you can be home for the holidays.
I cannot imagine the pain you're going through. You're going through something no father's ever.
Oh, no. I found
no
it.
father should never have to go through. No parent should ever have to go through a death of a child.
Oh, and
Man,
I'll
I'm
tell you
sorry.
about his
Well,
office
it
too.
breaks my heart. And I'm going to keep it short, but man, I promise you, you're in good hands. And I know how good our department is. And we will continue to do it. You know, this is just an unforeseeable thing with you. And I hate this is what we're gathered here today. It is so good to see all of our community out here gathered to support this young man and this family. So thank you all for being here.
They're going to have an event here, so if you would come in.
Okay, that's Daddy hugging on everybody.
You'll see it.
Nobody wants to have to bury their child.
There she is.
Nobody wants to have to take it down.
Stop it for a minute. Can you see her face with the tattoos on it?
Yeah, he's got one too. What are those tattoos?
You'd have to enlarge that picture to see it for yourself.
Here,
I mean, I don't even know. It's crazy.
Hang
I mean,
on, let
look
me
at
see if
that.
I can do it this way. Well, that's
I
pretty
mean,
small there.
y'all, what is happening right here?
Let me hang on a minute.
I had never noticed that. Is that matching tattoos I have pulled over?
That's what I said.
I'm telling you.
I noticed his, and that one, they look like hearts.
I don't know.
Are those matching heart
My
tattoos?
kid is not getting a tattoo on their face. I don't. If my 30-year-old kid comes home, I will whip his butt.
That's what it looks like. It looks like they both got heart tattoos.
You all, that ain't teardrop, is it?
No,
I can't even tell. It looks like a heart.
No, that's what I was looking at. I seen this when I was looking at something he did earlier, and I noticed that tattoo. And now with her, it looks like they both have a heart tattoo.
Oh my
is what
God.
it looks like. It's a heart tattoo.
that turns.
Why
my
would you get
stomach.
a heart tattoo right underneath your freaking eyes?
Look how young she is, y'all. That's her.
Yeah, she's very young looking.
That's the
I see
same
a
girl.
girl that's being groomed, in my opinion.
Yes.
You think so?
Thank you,
Yes.
Crystal, for saying
Notice
that.
how she's triggered when they talk about JD, how gun-ho she is on protecting Trey. Notice how she's standing there beside of him. She,
Right.
in my opinion, this is just an opinion, she's been groomed. For
So-
one thing, why is it taking a young girl to speak up for him?
He's got a voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that she's the same girl that's up on the
Yes.
thing, right? On the podium.
Yes.
And Crystal, I don't know if you want to tell Remain Calm about this in any specific way, but I know that you and I have seen detailed messages about how the dad has spoke to one of the suspects and had, this very detailed conversation after he was told that this man is involved in doing this to his child, and he's basically like, yeah, bro, we're cool, everything's cool.
No way.
Yeah,
No
love
way.
you, bruh. Not bro, bruh. That's the one we
Bruh.
couldn't
Yeah,
edit.
excuse me, bruh. I can't talk that language. I mean, I don't know.
That's crazy.
Oh, it
Right,
was
right there. Oh my gosh, right there with that conversation, they need to throw his ass wherever they're going to throw the other ones.
Well, let me tell you
Seriously.
this. Let me tell you this. There is a parade, and if I lose signal, y'all, it's because I'm on one of these
I
back
did
roads.
tell her about your parade and your banner. When is the parade?
But the parade is this Saturday. It's December the 2nd. It starts at 7 o'clock. I am going to stream it for multiple reasons. I want to give Elena I want Elena honored, but I'm going to tell y'all, I'm streaming it for my own safety as well.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
That's how bad this has got. And when Justin got a hold of me, now I don't know Justin. I was told he had a lot of information. He was pretty knowledgeable on the case.
Not Justin for all, y'all. This is Justin
not
who
Justin
was
for all.
on
The guy speaking on the video.
On the prayer vigil. That was the gentleman that was having the banter back and forth with the little girl on stage when she was yelling. That was him that was standing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He was to come on my channel one night that Whitney was on my channel. She is the founder of Elena's Army. Well, he didn't make it up there, and he messaged me and apologizing because he was sick. And me being me, I said, that's fine. I said, I'm actually been up this morning working on trying to get a tree lighting for Elena. And he said it'd be good if we could get her in the parade. And I said, yeah, it would be. Well, he was on his way to the doctor, and he went by, which I'd left messages at the mayor's office, Mr. Bowling, and he went by there. I quote, having her in the parade would put a bad taste in everybody's mouth. The same guy up there acting like
what?
I mean, it was his office that said it. That's up there acting like he's just so broken and don't know how in the world Trey's dealing with it. The same office now said that having Elena in the parade would put a bad taste in people's mouths. Well, after some big negotiation, because I'll be honest with you, woman, don't hit me. I'm a big red vehicle going down this road. You don't see me? I'm sorry, y'all. Anyway, lost train of thought.
Be
anyway,
careful, Crystal.
okay. Oh, I am. I'm not holding a phone or nothing. But people were just driving crazy. Anyhow, when I left the message, I said I heard that y'all said it would
put a bad taste in people's mouths. Well, let me throw this ideal at you. If I have to move it to another county, I will tell why. And I will go on my YouTube channel to broadcast why it's in a different county. And that will
Right.
leave a bad taste in people's mouth. Well, at the same time, Justin's going backwards and forwards. Now, the Chamber of Conference, I can't pronounce it good, was all for it. Well, they said, well, you can have a spot in the parade if you pay $45. Well, when Justin called me, he was crying, and I was like, well, where do I send it? No questions asked. I'll send it. I don't care a bit. But that's what we had to go through just to get her in the parade.
Wow.
We can't have no signs that says justice for Elena. I'll respect that because this is to honor Elena. It's not a protest, because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with protesting during a Christmas parade. But to have something to honor her, it makes me sick that the mayor's office said it would leave a bad taste in people's mouth. Not arresting
Right.
these people, not working hard enough on this case,
Yeah.
leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. You got little country bumpkins like myself that's getting all up in arms because it looks like you're not doing nothing, Mr. Bolin.
Exactly. So that's his dad, Duchess, back there behind him.
Mm-hmm. Yes, in the tank top.
The tall, skanky guy.
I can't see.
All right, let's hear what this what he says.
Judge behavior.
Because the child has lost their lives due to everybody failing to do something about it.
Well, seeing how many people showed up has got to be a blessing to the family, that the community has their back and supports them. I didn't really have any kind of message or anything to portray. Just the Lord moved upon my heart Monday morning, and that we needed to come together as a community to console and to lift up and encourage the family, and pretty much send out a challenge to the community that if they see something that ain't right, say something.
But yet he doesn't want.
Now that's not Mr. Bolin. Mr. Bolin had the ponytail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was getting ready to say, I mean, this guy's saying this, and it would seem to me like the parade would be a perfect place to use an example, as in, if you see something, say something, because this is what happens when you don't say anything.
Exactly. But that's not the guy.
People
Okay.
know that this ain't adding up. This is not going on right. So we just want people to be more alert, people to be more engaged, to know their neighbor, to know what's going on in the house across the street. Be nosy. We don't want this to ever happen.
Now, mommy was 2 houses down, allegedly. They're not going, and those men are in the house with that baby. It's hard for me not to think there were many other people that knew what was happening.
Oh yes, there was people in and out of that home all the time.
Yes, I just don't see that happening without that baby crying and stuff. Somebody had to have heard something.
They did. They did.
It's just,
I will say, and this is me, in a lot of cases, you got people just running their mouth. You've got eyewitnesses. You got people that think they're witnesses that want to stay on YouTube 24/7. In this case, it hinges on DNA because there's too many cowards out there that won't talk.
I just don't understand why they have not arrested these people and charged them. And, if they haven't got all the DNA results back yet, I wonder, have they took DNA samples from these men?
Yes, and some of them are sex offenders that that's in the system. One of the things that gets me, and it's got me from day one, I mean, before the first person was arrested on unrelated charges. I've said this, have I not, Duchess? There's
Mm-hmm.
warrants out on these people. Go get them. Go get them on those warrants. Don't just leave them standing on the street.
Amen.
I mean,
That's
even if you
crazy.
haven't got hardcore evidence with Elena, uh, if somebody has a warrant, go get them. Especially if you pass their house every day.
Yeah, that's that. I don't. I mean, is what could be the purpose that they're not handling this like they should be handling it? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Well, I think the answer to that's in the back chat. And that's something I can't say.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's crazy. That's
But
just craziness.
that's, let's say this, there's an election coming up. That person's in it.
Yeah, that gets me because a lot of times that's why things don't get done is because an election is coming up. And then, sometimes if these people get elected, then all of a sudden it's, oh, I'm going to do this for the case. I'm going to do that for the case. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. It is a bunch of bullshit. Oh, I must have let that play through. I didn't mean to let it play through all the way. I was looking at.
I think it just helps me focus and like be more present at my job. I'm
Help
really
me
into trying
focus
not to
too,
consume
lady.
caffeine right away in the morning.
Let
And
me
so
get out of that. Sorry, you guys.
Also, notice what a crowd is there because the mayor is. Now, the one that I recorded was back in September. What happened to the crowd?
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have to make a lot of noise about this. And if people get pissed off, then they're just gonna have to get pissed off. That's all I can say, because I'm gonna keep putting it out there. I'm gonna keep talking about it. I'm gonna try to keep up with it. I mean, you guys have been on it since the beginning, so you definitely are, more up on a lot of the things than I am. But just what I've seen, you guys have talked about, and a couple of things that I looked at before I even started talking about it today, were just really telling to me. And for a young girl, I I can almost in my mind for a fact know that this young girl who got up there and spoke so freely, like the things that where places she had been and people that she had knew and being up in the holler, and it's like she was almost saying that, in my opinion, um, like it was a badge of honor. And I'm telling you, that
And at the
that
same
right there.
time, I don't know her exact age, but I'm going to tell you, it looks like I've got shoes that's older than her. And I have to wonder, where's her parents? Where's her
Yeah,
parents
she
at?
did. She doesn't look
And
very old at all.
I
Not
mean,
at
she's got
all.
all these life experiences. Where's her parents at? And
And this is
to
the thing
me, when
too.
I
How
look at
can
her,
how can Elena's daddy get up there and even say, "Oh, it's horrible what happened to my daughter," or whatever, knowing that he was talking to a suspect that, I'll have to say, allegedly did something to his daughter, and saying things like, "Oh yeah, we're cool. You're my bra." It's like, are these
um,
people
it's
that
sick.
uneducated?
It is sick. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, somebody ever harm one of my youngins, they don't want to call me on the phone. Matter of fact, they want to go to the police station and turn themselves in because that's going to be a lot better than what it is if I get a hold of them. I'm not going to be having a conversation on the phone with them about whether they should be
Well,
a
no, and
suspect or not.
the way I am, they take them into that police station. They better make sure they're in a cell I can't get a hold of.
And you know, I re-listened to that recording over and over and over, and I don't even know who Taylor is. But he says in that recording, my daughter is the one that had to pay with her life, not Taylor's. Why did he say that? That
Yeah, that's weird.
don't sit well with me. I mean, because they wasn't talking about no Taylor, they wasn't talking about a situation around Taylor. Out of the blue, he says that. So
it almost sounds like they're involved in something that maybe mom and dad got paid back, and that was the way they got paid back, or that just saying that, it almost sounds like, it almost sounds like, even though he says he wasn't in the area or there at the time, that maybe something prior had happened to where I
or
don't
it's a
know. I
common
don't know.
occurrence.
Yeah, or it's a common occurrence, right?
Taylor, I don't know who you are, but if you ever hear this, I'd have my kid checked out. I'm just saying, because that was his words. My daughter paid with her life, not Taylor's. So is that going on with Taylor's kid?
This is what I'll say to Taylor. You need to get your daughter, and you need to get the hell out of there.
Yep.
And you need to go to law enforcement and tell them what you know. Because that didn't sound right to me. That could almost even be looked at as whoever Taylor is, kind of in a threatening manner.
I mean, I've listened to it so many times, trying to find a way to clip it, trying to find a way to edit it.
Crystal, do you have that picture of the boyfriend with the smirk? Michelle is asking, and I don't have it on my laptop.
I don't have it on my phone, but I do have it at home. I'm almost home.
Is it in the Discord? I think
yes. Look in the Discord. I'd say it is in the Discord.
Okay, let me go over here on my
I know my low budget, but I need to get into some Discords. I've had people ask me, and I've just never did it.
Is it in Elena's room?
It's in things that need investigated. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I'm going over here to look now. Looking.
There was something else that
we
was
have
important too. Oh, that was it. She finds that that picture. Just keep in mind. I'll pull over here in a second. I may have it on my phone. Well, I don't know how I would share it. I'm on my phone.
Where's
I
that?
could send it to Dutch. Just a second. That's what I'm
Okay, yeah, just send it to me.
Let me pull over. But
is it the mugshot
when you all
picture?
see this? No, it's not the mugshot. The smirk is when he's holding his deceased daughter in his arms.
Okay.
So please do chop it. I don't want it on the internet of her in that state. Crop it, if you don't mind, Dutch.
Yeah, Katie Ann, I just showed the picture of the dad.
Yeah, I don't think
he
I
was
can
in
crop
that
it
yellow
from
tank
Discord.
top.
Okay, just a second. If I lose you, I'll reconnect. But give me just a second, and I'll send it to you in Discord, Dutch.
Okay.
Well, I can kind of see that, Nana, for life, with all the YouTube drama and stuff going on. I mean, look what happened the last time two people got arrested in front of your missing children's tent. That came out. I say this so much that, you guys need to be credited for what you're doing, but yet stuff that's going on around it, is taken away from what you guys are doing. But that's just my opinion. Don't think I give you guys 1,000% credit, but this ridiculousness, that people are doing surrounding Summer's case, you know, in my opinion, they don't have any respect for you or what you guys are doing. Or they wouldn't have, that wouldn't have transpired under anything that you guys were doing. You see what I'm saying? I think that's horrible that, Nana and them worked so hard to put up that tent and stuff. And, then you got, people acting fools and doing foolish stuff. And it's just sad. It's really sad. I just don't understand why, oh, wait, did I knock Crystal off? Crystal, did I knock you off?
No, where I had to go through my phone, I ended up I ended up kicking my own self to be able to send Dutch that picture on Discord.
Okay. All right. Let me, I edited it and I put it back in underneath the picture you sent me. So, and thank you, Michelle, for also sending me the picture. So I'm going to share my screen and
people keep in mind, his daughter is deceased in this picture. Look at the smirk he has on his face.
Okay. Hold up. Here, I'll make it bigger.
He's holding her in his arms.
Is he at the hospital?
Yes. They just took her off life support.
Are you kidding?
Nope. You can see the equipment in the background. Now look at that smile.
Why would you why?
I don't understand
Why?
that. And you can ask Duchess. I've always said I don't even judge the wills by the way they act, because people grieve differently. Me and my husband went through the same tragedy when we buried our sons. We both grieved differently, but not at one point did I ever think of taking a picture, because that is not a Kodak moment.
That's what gets me. Why is it just because he's young and uneducated? I don't understand. It's one thing, I guess, if you, for your own personal stuff, to number one, why the fuck is he smiling?
Remain calm. Can I add something to that?
Yes.
I don't think it's because he's young and uneducated. I have got a 15-year-old at my house that is a mother, and if something happened to her kid, you'd not get a picture of her. She would probably whoop the ground with anybody that tried to take one. So I don't think it's got nothing to do with his age. I think it's a lack of empathy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because what even makes it more twisted, he's taken a picture with a little girl that this stuff has happened to her. And she's got obvious signs of things happening to her. So I get it. Why would you want a picture like that? And then to have that smirk on his face, it almost makes it, it doesn't even almost, it makes it sick and evil, right?
Yes.
I mean, who would, I've heard many times people do take a picture with their deceased loved one, but usually it's at the funeral home.
In the coffin, in old days,
In
they
their
used
coffin.
to.
But never in a hospital with knowing what happened to that child and the look on his face.
And you literally just lost her.
You know
Just
what?
lost her.
I wouldn't be smiling. I would
know,
be like
I know.
crying my eyes out. Like I don't. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Let me tell you, and this may be sick to some people, but that kind of makes me think that he could possibly, at some point, sell those pictures for money. There's
Well,
sick,
I mean, he
there
did.
are
He
some
did a
sick people.
GoFundMe. He did a GoFundMe and went to Florida on it.
Did he use that
Now,
picture on the GoFundMe?
oh, I don't know. I don't know what he used on the GoFundMe. I don't think that he did, and I don't want to really even speculate that he did. But I don't understand taking the picture in the first place. That's not a Kodak moment. And I'm not speaking on the outside saying, you know, well, if I ever, people, I have buried 2 kids.
I mean, he's sitting there holding her like it's a proud moment or something. I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't want to really sound really,
To me, it looks like
graphic.
he's posing with her body. I'm
Yeah,
blunt, but that's what it
right.
looks like.
Well, have faith. I don't understand why this boy would. I'm telling you, look at him. Look at him doing this, and then look at the things the I'm sorry, the young girlfriend was saying. It's almost like they know these people. They know what these people do. They're around these people. Something's not sitting right with me about that.
And I mean, I'm not saying Trey did anything to her, but I think that he is really capitalizing on her uh, for money, whatever. But I mean,
Come
the
on,
petition,
Crystal.
changing the petition around to get yourself out of jail.
Do they know exactly who changed that petition for him?
His name's Ben Baldwin.
I don't understand how they would have allowed that to happen. For them to take a petition for a specific thing and let somebody change it to benefit somebody totally different.
And let me make something clear. I'm not doxing nobody. His name is all over that petition. And he's all over the internet supporting Trey, using his full name and using his dead daughter to do it with.
What's his name you said again?
Ben Baldwin.
Baldwin?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He actually runs a channel, Justice for Emma.
Why is he defending Trey so much?
Have no idea.
That's the guy who changed the petition, right?
Yeah, that's who the petition was under.
I kid you not. You can't make this up.
That's craziness.
Oh, and the petition said that Trey was being held in the Bell County Correction Center against his will. How many people's in jail voluntarily?
Yeah, right.
No, he broke the law. That's why he's in the institution. And the fact that you have a petition to get him out, nobody needs to go support that channel. In my personal opinion, I will never support somebody.
Well, let me ask you this, because I don't want to go support the channel either, but what happened to his daughter?
His girlfriend's boyfriend. Now, I don't know a lot about that case, but from what I understand is his girlfriend's boyfriend murdered his daughter.
Oh,
it's tragic. I think it really mentally affected him. But to support Trey, I mean, I'm one of these people, I will not say somebody's guilty of something if I ain't got proof of it. I can say this: Trey's actions is not that of a grieving father. I will say that. It's not that of a grieving father. Uh, all signs point that he wasn't there that day. But yet, this happened over a week's time. Or
Was
so
he
it
now?
seems.
So was he somebody that was relevant in Elena's life, or was it just the occasional when he wanted to get her, he would get her and spend a little time with her? Or
Way I understand it, they used that baby against each other. He had her for a little while. Erica was in jail, and his dad. Now, I do want to say this. I thought that his dad was kind of like him. I found out different. I reckon his dad is spending every day at Atlanta's grave, uh, watching videos of her over and over, and even went as far as to say that after finding out what Trey had done, that he didn't know that he would, if he was Trey, he'd be ashamed to say he was a father. So, I mean,
wow.
it's just messed up the whole way around. But
So basically, everybody's definitely on the same page that uh, this boy had to have known that bad things were going on and
oh
basically didn't
yeah,
do anything.
oh yeah, yeah.
Right.
I mean, he may have not physically did that to Elena, but he is guilty of failing her because he never protected her. The mom didn't protect her. One of the charges is failure to report. Well, from everything I've seen, why is he not sitting in Bell County on that same charge? Failure to report.
Exactly.
And Carol told him. Carol was bad sick, and she told him, I have got a horrible feeling. Something is wrong with Elena. You need to go get her. She said, I need to talk to you. He said, if it's got anything to do with effing Elena, I don't want to hear it.
Wow.
And that tells me volumes.
Well, just them using that baby to play freaking games with each other speaks volumes right there.
And it's
Yeah.
not like just the mom had custody. Like, it was the mom and the dad. He chose to let her have the child. And then you mean to tell me he didn't make any contact with the child for X amount of time? He didn't try to go see her. He didn't call to check on her. That's
Yeah,
neglect.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, because absolutely you would think that um, you know, he
Elena
obviously
had
is
a crack pipe
neglectful.
burn on her leg, and it took his brother to report it. Now, he made a video showing that burn, but it took his brother to report it. How is somebody like that ever going to say, I didn't know what was going on?
That right there shows that they were just playing each other. They was
And I've
playing
got
each
that
other,
video.
and somebody else has to actually go and, report it, but yet you're going to make a video of it.
Yeah. And Duchess knows I'm telling the truth. I have
Oh,
got
I've
the
seen it.
video.
That's
I've
just
seen it.
sick. That's just sick.
Text messages and videos and things that I've seen it's been mind blowing to see
Wow.
that the things that Trey has said. Like, he knows these guys. He knows some of these people, and
Evidently good enough to call him bro.
yeah.
And
And
say
this one
we're all
guy's like telling
good.
him, hey, I love your family. You know that I love you, and I'd do
That's
anything for
sick.
you, and this, that, and the other. And I'm
I was
like,
there crying with you, bro, with your
yeah,
daughter.
yes,
He
yes, that's
says that.
exactly what he said, along with all the other racist things he was saying in between all of that. Like, I really wished I could play that video for you, but we did try to edit it.
He has it ain't the hard R, because he is mixed himself. So I'm not really saying that he is racist, but the words he uses is not words that I condone.
Wow.
It's a
So
lot.
So, mommy's in jail.
Yep.
What about her family?
I know nothing about her family. I know there was one
I've not seen
lady
anything
that
about her.
claimed to be. Yeah, there is a TikTok out there, but um, she's high as a bat on it. You give me just a second here in a minute, and I'll send it to Duchess, and Duchess can share the screen. But she's, I can tell, she is high. She's higher than a Georgia kite on that video. Uh, it's sickening. And is she asking for justice for Elena in it? No. She don't want people talking about Elena. It's not Elena, it's Elena. I mean, and she's hiring Bessie Bug.
Oh my gosh.
Hiring Cooter Brown, I tell you.
Oh yeah.
You know, some of this stuff kind of not exactly what happened in the Haley Cummins case, but the way that Daddy and his young girlfriend acted throughout that whole time was crazy also. They basically did the same thing. They were using, you know, Haley and what they knew and stuff against each other. I mean, he ended up marrying that girl and then divorced her soon after. You know, and it was strange. It was really strange.
Okay. Give me just a second, and I may again have to reconnect, but I'm going to send that video to Duchess.
Okay.
The family, someone, and Ellie is the reason why. I don't think they have family, Duchess, do they, in law enforcement?
Not that I'm aware of, no. And he's been in and out of jail. You know. I mean, he just went to jail.
But most of the what are most of these charges though?
Drugs, theft.
Drugs. Does mom have any prior charges? Do you know?
I believe she does. Crystal can verify that. I don't have her information right in front of me right this second,
Which
but Crystal can tell you.
Probably drugs and theft too.
I can pull it up and look again. Let me just log in here.
But you know, I'll just say this: what a lot of people, you know, need to realize. I know that people go really heavy on the government and stuff, but we're supposed to be the people. We're supposed to, you know, say what we want. I don't understand, and I try not to get political because let me tell you, if I start getting political and go through trafficking and different things with children, I would probably be banned from YouTube for life because I have too much to say about that. It's horrible. Horrible.
I'm looking now to see what I can find. She'll probably come back up here in a second.
Well, Casey, it's not only Kentucky, it's all states, and that's the thing about it because you know, the only reason I think a lot of us you know, have Tennessee and Kentucky and Virginia and different places like that more on our radar is because of Summer's case. So Summer's case has made a lot of people, you know, start watching what's going on in those states.
Did you get it, Dutch? I put it in Discord. I sent it to you through here.
Yeah, she was asking me if Erica had any previous charges.
Drug charges.
And I
Drug
was
charges.
just looking up to see if I could find anything on her.
While Tim, and Trey had, well, both names are out there anyway. They've been on the news. But while they had Elena, Erica was in jail. That's when Carol met Elena, because she saw the granddad and he said, "I want you to meet somebody." And she said, "Oh Lord." And he said, "No, Trey had a baby." And she said when she met Elena, Elena just clung to her and she fell in love with her from that moment on. Well, Erica gets out of jail and don't have nowhere to stay, so Carol takes her and Elena in.
Why didn't Grandpa take them in?
No clue. I mean, now I don't know if Erica and it kind of seems like they had a toxic relationship, like where if they were into having a spout with each other, then they would use Elena as collateral. Like for a little while, she kept Elena away from him, according to him. But
First of all,
like I said, there was no custody arrangement. So if I would have kept my kid until I went to court, I can say that and know I mean it, because I did that. I did not. I mean, when I went through my first divorce, no. I mean, I would let my his daddy see him, but he didn't live with him or anything like that. I kept him in my presence until we went to court and got visitations.
Now, who's this? Mommy?
That's I think it's Erica's mom.
Erica's mom.
I'll play it for you.
Okay.
First of all, I look at this post all over TikTok and everything. Her name is Elena, not Elena or whatever you call her. That's my daughter you're talking about. You don't know the circumstances. You don't know squat what you're talking about. It's like the lady that called child services. That was the name.
Girl, is she wasted?
Yeah, she's hiring Cootie Brown.
Oh my
Hired and Cooter
God.
Brown, I'm telling you right there.
Oh,
I mean, that's crazy, y'all.
First of all, I look at this post all over TikTok and everything. Her name is Elena, not Elena or whatever you call her. That's my daughter you're talking about. You don't know the circumstances. You don't know squat what you're talking about. It's like the lady that called child services. That was the name.
The lady that called child services is the lady that loved Elena. That was Carol.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
Wow. Oh, I hate to say
Mind
this, but
blowing.
does she know Don Wells?
Possibly.
Let me
I hate
tell
to
you.
say that, but I mean, come on, lady. Like, you're going to say, that's my daughter and you don't know the circumstances? The circumstances was, lady, your daughter was doing dope and decided that she was going to leave her child with a bunch of criminals, people who do bad things to kids. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
If the girlfriend and daddy is talking about, because if she's talking about knowing them people, he's got to know them freaking people. Then you talked about the texting between them, and you're not going to tell me that her mother did not know about these people also. You're not. I'm not buying it. I'm not going to buy that. If somebody tries to tell me that, I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, whatever.
I mean, you can look at that video and tell she knows them pretty good.
And this is
Yeah.
this is her mother's, this is her actual TikTok, or was this shared on somebody else's TikTok?
I think it's her actual TikTok. It ain't got an overlay on it.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Let me say this. All these people in these children's cases, these parents, grandparents, whatever, getting on social media, wasted, and even opening their mouth does not end well for any of them. So
Amen.
we'll just see where this leads with old mommy, you know?
I mean, listen, I think Erica needs buried under that jail. But I think there needs to be more indictments handed down as well. Because Erica didn't do all this. She's guilty. But now that DNA, she ain't got 6 different DNAs.
Yep.
I mean, and there's people that knew she was staying at trap houses with that baby.
Well, and this gets me that her mom says you guys don't know the circumstances. It's almost I can guarantee you eventually they'll try to start the narrative of the dad and who he knows and different things like that. I can guarantee you that's going to be coming here very soon.
And now somebody said, somebody asked, I know because I could hear the live while I was looking for the videos and pictures. Somebody in chat, I think, said, is somebody related to somebody in law enforcement? I can't verify that to be 100% true, but I heard the answer is yes.
Really?
Yes.
I have not heard that.
I've got to mute out just a second, y'all, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so she's not sure who, but somebody's saying that yes, there is a connection to law enforcement.
I don't know. I looked up the woman that was in that video, and I can't even begin to tell you all the charges that she has. It's almost scary.
The mother or
the mother just has all of her charges from, manslaughter of her child, not reporting the child, not, abuse, neglect, all of that. But this woman that made the TikTok video, which is supposed to be her mother, oh my gosh, it's bad.
She's got charges too?
Oh, she's got a ton of them. We're talking like assault. I mean, lots of felonies.
Wow.
I mean, drugs, theft, it's meth. It's bad. It's really bad. Domestic violence.
Well, I want to ask this.
I hate that.
She wants
That
to
is
come on and
scary.
do a TikTok like that. Did she say when the last time she saw the baby was?
Of course not. She probably hasn't seen the baby. None of these people are speaking out about this child, and that's what makes it really sad.
That's pretty interesting though, because it's like, why aren't they? What it just, I don't know. I'm weird. You just have to know me. But I'm really weird because just what I've seen and what we've talked about, it just seems like somewhere they're all connected somehow. Not necessarily with mom and dad of Elena. It sounds, I don't know, it just sounds like that there's something there that's a connection somehow. Like they all knew, like they all knew.
Everybody
and know
knows everybody.
Yeah, like they all knew and know of exactly what these men were about, and for some reason it doesn't bother anybody. Why wouldn't something like that bother somebody? I'm seeing a lot of different things, but that's just the way I am. You can ask anybody. I have 20 million questions on everything. So, but just hearing them talk and the things that they've said and their actions and stuff, it's like there's something there. I mean, there's just something there.
Did you see back chat what I put in there?
Let me look again. Hang on.
Yes, I knew about that, but remain
Oh,
calm.
really?
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
that's the type of people. And that guy is expecting a kid.
A kid. And he also, I mean, it's not only what she just put in back chat, but this is the same guy that I was telling you that has other charges against him in other states, right?
Yes.
For
And in this state. So why ain't they got him?
for SA. So like that doesn't make any sense. Like if I mean this
I
guy's
will
a
say
predator.
this, and
Why?
Dusty knows because I was so upset. A couple weeks ago, he was took in to be arrested. He was let go before he was ever booked.
And
He
this guy
was
has
let
violated
go before he was even booked.
Yes, he was.
And he's hurt other people. He's essayed other people, and yes, he.
How is he even out on the streets? He shouldn't even be out on the streets.
Because Kentucky law enforcement allows it to be that way.
Well, that is one thing I notice about Kentucky, Tennessee area, you know, parts of West Virginia, all those different places. It seems to me like a lot of RSOs and SOs and things to do with children are not even acknowledged the way they should be. I don't understand why. Well, I mean, if you look at the situation, wasn't there just a law enforcement official that was arrested for what was it, child pictures and things?
Yeah, well, look at Ronnie Lawson's son, Brandon Lawson.
That's a prime example right there, and he gets special treatment.
Don Wells did the same amount of time for a DUI that he did for SA and kids.
Yeah, I don't understand the way that they tried to make that sound. Was that the girls are older and they didn't want to have to go through it again. But that's still, I don't understand how that still only gave him such a short amount of time to serve.
Yeah, and that guy that got arrested that you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, that was in Glasgow.
Yeah.
In Kentucky just a few days ago. Chad Delusney, he's 34 years old, and he was arrested for child essay.
Yeah,
and and he's a police officer.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me put a little bit of shed a little bit of light onto because I'm at the point that I'm about sick of the way that law enforcement and everything involved is around here, period. So I'm going to give you a little bit of connections here, okay? And I saw this in Elena's case. In 1990, Jennifer Bailey went for a jog. Her parents, I'm going to make it short, her parents reported her missing. They had search and rescue and everything looking for her. 7 days later, they found her where they were looking for her, so they think her body was brought back, thrown over a hill. They had sketch artists, the people that they seen arguing with her that day. Nobody was arrested. That's a cold case. Her best friend and cousin, Greta Henson, lived in Middlesboro, Kentucky. A year later, she tells her dad that she thinks somebody's been following her. She just got her a place to live. She worked at a car lot that was owned by a certain bowling family. She didn't show up for work. Her family went to her trailer. Her door had been kicked in. She had been shot 5 times now with her own gun. Cases unsolved. It even still states in the old newspapers part that that no break-in was present. But her own dad said that when he got there, because he had told her the night before at lunch that he had to put a chair up and under the door, that front door had been kicked in. Still, the case is cold. Now think about where she worked. She worked at a car lot that was owned by the Bolins. Who was talking in that news thing? Oh my goodness.
That's right.
He's kin to him.
Oh my gosh.
The apple don't fall far from the tree in Middlesboro.
Wow.
So it's not like it's just a one-time thing around here. It's not. My uncle ain't the only one they don't get justice for. If you look at the cases, there's more cold cases around here than they are soft cases. And that's because they don't do their job. Every one of them men could have been arrested before they were because they had warrants.
That's what I'm saying. You know, there's people who have been put in jail and stayed in jail longer before they went to court over petty charges.
Well, on drugs around here, they'll get out. Now, Eric is on a $1 million bond, and that's good because nobody around here has that kind of money. He's going to be there a while.
Right.
But these others, they can get out because they are not charged with anything pertaining to Elena's case. And there's one walking the street, the worst one of the bunch, in my opinion.
So basically, they're wanting the DNA to come back before they actually charge them.
And don't get me wrong, I understand that. But let me tell you another little thing about Kentucky. Do you know how many articles of DNA or that they can present on the prosecutor's side and on the defendant's side?
Oh, yeah. That's
Only
very
5.
important.
Only 5. Duchess knows I'm telling the truth. That's a total of 10.
That's it. That's all you can have. And she did send it to me in the legal document form. You can only have 10 pieces of evidence, period. They won't allow anything else.
The same thing happened in Crystal Rogers' case. That's the reason they didn't process her car. Same thing happened with my uncles because the first time around, that evidence was still counted, even though they lost it. That's the reason the guy walked when he got his second hearing.
Well, I'm glad Flies mentioned the good old boy system. That's a real system. Okay,
Yeah.
you guys. That has been around. That saying has been around as long as I can remember. The good old boy system.
We have it here in South Carolina. And I have to fight it here when I'm covering cases like Tyler Doyle's case. I mean, corruption at its finest. They don't want to do their job. They want to blame other people. They don't want to search for missing people. They just want to be like, oh, well, it was probably an accident. He's dead. You just need to go to church and get over it. Like, what?
That's crazy.
It's ridiculous. Like, do your job or turn in your badge.
Duchess will tell you, I love the Lord as much as anybody, but don't come at me with that.
Exactly.
Not when I've got a missing loved one. I mean, I love Jesus, but I think Jesus wants justice too.
That's right.
Yeah, I believe that.
Vengeance is mine.
You can't be telling people, well, you need to go to church and get over it and just accept what happened, but yet you didn't investigate. Like, in the case that I'm covering, the dogs hit on a place where human detection dogs, 3 different dogs on 3 different times by themselves hit on the water, and they had a sonar image detecting a human body underwater, and the DNR would not allow them to go in the water to perform a recovery. They delayed. Then they called off the search for 3 days. And after 3 days, they said, well, it probably wasn't him. No, it probably was him or somebody else. And you could have given a family closure, but instead you just twiddled your thumbs and rolled your eyeballs and didn't do your damn job. And it's disgusting.
And don't forget that they threatened a man that was willing to drag his net that is very experienced in shrimping and threatened to take his boat if he did because he was trying to find Tyler.
Yes, my neighbor up the road who was a commercial fisherman 4 generations. He offered 2 days later to drag his nets in the waterway so he could bring closure to the family, to bring him home. And the DNR said, well, it's not shrimp season, so you can't do that, because if you do, we'll give you a $10,000 fine. We'll take your boat away for a year, which obviously would affect his family and his income and not allowed him to pay his bills or to eat. His family is fourth generation in this community. They have restaurants and they supply seafood to many other restaurants and local seafood places here. And to threaten a member of the community who simply wanted to bring closure, that's not what law enforcement is about.
Well, yeah, but
That's disgusting.
what about taking a different boat out and doing it like that instead of taking his?
Well, I mean, you
his
have to have a shrimp
commercial
boat to
boat
drag
out.
the nets. You can't just, I mean, to have the net that's going to drag the depth of the waterway.
Mm.
I mean, that's what it takes. I mean, he was willing to do that. He just lost his son like 2 weeks before that happened. And he said, I was able to get closure because I found my son passed away in his bed.
Right.
And he said, and I was wanting to bring this family closure because, you know, at least I had my son and they still don't have anything. And he said, and to threaten me, he goes, and if we find out you drop your nets to try to bring him home, then these are the things that we're going to do to you.
Yeah, that's just messed up.
And listen, it ain't about the shrimp. He said, listen, you can come on the boat with me. He invited South Carolina DNR to ride with him while he dragged the water so they could be there and so that they would see him.
Did the DNR go out on their own?
Oh, they just sat out in the jetty area on their boat and they just sat there. That's what they did.
Oh,
And
they didn't sonar it or anything like that?
Oh, they didn't do anything. They don't even have sonar. You can't even tell the depth of the water because their sonar is like ancient AF. It's terrible. We actually had Wings of Hope come from Wisconsin. They had all the sonar equipment. They have certified forensic divers that are trained to recover people in the water, and they would not allow them to participate. In fact, they were threatened that they were not allowed to do that because that was impeding an investigation if they inserted themselves, and they were told that if they would do that, they would be removed.
Go ahead and talk, honey. I got to answer this.
Okay. So I just feel like, you know, we're not only fighting for these children and these people that are missing, but we're fighting against the corruption across many of these states because we have all of these different issues with law enforcement not wanting to do their jobs, not wanting to participate. And like they didn't even want to file a missing persons report for him. It took us 3 months and calling SLED and making complaints.
Now, wait a minute. It took you 3 months for them
3
to
months. And it
allow
says
you
in South Carolina, you can get one within 24 hours, and they could not prove that he had drowned because nothing has ever been found from him except for his waders that had his money clip in it. And they found a bunch of ducks, and come to find out, none of the ducks where he was hunting, they don't belong to him. And the family feels like something is not adding up. There was only one person that was out hunting with him, and that person was safe on the jetty. And he waited a lengthy amount of time before he even called 911. In fact, he called his friend and some other people before he ever called 911.
Yep.
And he has never spoken to the family about what happened. And when he was asked to go back out there to give information about where this took place so that they could help to locate him, he refused.
Wow.
Now you make that make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
And the DNR, they don't care because listen, they're wildlife officers. Wildlife officers should not be in charge of a missing persons case. I don't care if it's on the water or not. They should have a law enforcement agency that is on board along with them to make sure that the job is getting done. And it's very sad. It's very sad. And that's why we have to keep fighting for justice. And when Crystal came to me about this case, I said, you are more than welcome to come on my channel to talk about this case. And we will continue to spread awareness because it's some of these cases that nobody, they don't want to talk about it. They're like, oh, well, this happened, and it's, you know, it's this or that. And then, you know, I realize that people care about Summer, and I care about Summer. I want to know what happened to Summer too. But we have to wait for the facts. And I know that people have their feelings about the Wells. I have my own opinions as well because of the things that they do and they say. Like, that's the reason people feel the way that they feel, because they know the history. They've seen this unfold for 2 years, and we still don't have the answers. But there's a lot of other kids that are out here missing too, that we know that nefarious things have happened, and we need to start sharing some of those cases too, because this isn't just a one situation. Like, there are so many children and adults that are going missing, and nefarious things are happening to them. And I
there is a
find,
big problem too. A Class C felony for child abuse. It's 5 years. That is not enough. 5 years and they're out and they'll do it again. There needs to be harsher
But like I
punishment.
said, you go out here and you get caught with a pound of weed and your ass is going to jail for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
well, I thought it was very interesting that, well, it says here, there was a guy that was arrested back in October 2023 in Kentucky for crimes against children. And I think he was involved in promoting a minor under the age of 18, like performing these acts. And he got charged with a Class C felony, and that's 5 to 10 years in prison. And then you just have these counts of like possession of, this stuff. And, that's like a Class D felony, and that's only 1 to 5 years. And if you distribute this stuff, obscene matter about a minor, then that's a Class A misdemeanor, and that's less than a year in jail.
Yeah.
None of that makes sense to me.
No, it don't. If I drop down, it's because I lost service.
Okay.
But like when parents lose kids, because I will say that Elena has a sister that is not much older than Elena. When parents lose custody of a kid, it should not be so easy for them to have another kid and just have custody of them.
Yeah, because how many kids did she actually have?
She had 2.
She only had 2.
Yeah, and the other kid is 3 years old. But it's being well taken care of, to my knowledge. She's wasn't with her. Another family member had custody of her. Actually, it was her mom that had custody of her, but I don't know. Now, not her dad's wife, which is the one made the video. There's so many players in this. It makes you dizzy. But the other daughter, from everything, because trust me, I've tried to find out, she's been well taken care of. But why wasn't Elena taken care of? I mean, yeah. Carol tried, but she wasn't no blood related. She tried. She did everything in her power. She did everything that we tell people to do. She reported it. She confronted them about it.
This right here is the guy that I was talking about getting busted with the child pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Suspension is due in federal court Thursday afternoon. Federal prosecutors charged him with producing child pornography. Court records say Officer Dan Rourke reached out to a mother in Virginia to gain access to pornographic photos of her daughter.
The mother in this case is also facing prosecution. 10 News reporter Krista Lucas joins us to share what the investigation revealed. Krista?
John Robin, it all started with an anonymous tip to the Scott County, Virginia Sheriff's Department, and according to a federal affidavit, Officer Dan Rourke and the mother in Virginia ended up trading numerous text messages. The affidavit says Rourke texted from his phone starting around July until just a couple weeks ago. The text included requests for inappropriate photos, and in exchange, the mother requested money. A Knoxville criminal defense attorney explains why this case moved quickly.
complaint is for that probable cause determination, instead of being made by
How
a
quickly was it
grand
made?
jury made up of citizens, is made by a judge, in this case, a magistrate judge, who has taken the affidavit of an investigator and determined that that same probable cause exists and the case has been instituted by criminal complaint. Usually you see that when there's some concern about an ongoing harm and the government doesn't want to delay long enough to convene that grand jury.
Criminal defense attorney Loretta Creighton
Well,
says Rourke could face.
that says a
You know,
lot
I
right
think
there.
I think my concern is that I don't know if you guys remember this one, but in Louisville, Kentucky last year in August, there was a guy named Todd Walls who is currently still a police officer in Jefferson County, and they are defending him. In 1996, according to Crimes Against Children, there's a report saying that while he was a cop, he was having a relationship sexually with a teen for 9 months while he was employed with the Louisville Division of Police. And they recorded a phone conversation with the 15-year-old and the officer, and they discussed their intimate encounters, blah, blah, blah. They have transcripts. I've seen the warrant. I've seen the court records. And do you know that it got expunged and he went on to work for another police department and is still currently employed as a police officer in Jefferson County?
I don't know how he could still be
Yes,
employed by the government if he's got. That's
yes.
crazy.
I'm gonna drop that link in the chat of that article. Like, it's crazy. Like, how is that okay? It doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
That is scary. Like, this guy is still allowed to be a cop.
I mean, they charged him, right?
Yeah, they had affidavits. They had recorded conversations between the two of them and about things they had done together over a 9-month period. They filed it through this. They got this open records request. They showed there was like a 73-page file that the news station got. They authenticated it through several sources, which is in the article that I just dropped. And you know, they apparently the case comes back to light with the implementation of House Bill 206, and it highlighted that this guy Raper lobbied lawmakers to pass legislation which requires the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council to decertify officers who have been convicted of misdemeanor sex crimes. And that they can't work, they have to pull their license and blah blah blah. And the fact that Jefferson County is like defending this guy, I just feel sick to my stomach. Like, nobody wants anybody employed that is supposed to protect civilians who have been engaged in something like that. I just don't. It's just mind blowing to me.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't make any sense. I mean, and they're doing it right where everybody can see it. I mean, I'm telling you, these people do stuff right in front of our eyes. Right in front of our eyes. And if you're not paying attention and looking at it, some people just look right over it without a second thought. And it's like, do you realize what your own freaking state is doing, what your government's doing, without a second thought about it? Dude, I mean, freaking shit. I mean, it's mind blowing.
It's the when I cover cases, a lot of the missing flyers in places that I make, I cover the Carolinas mainly because I'm in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. This is the #1 trafficking area in the state of South Carolina. We have a lot of trafficking in Myrtle Beach because we have a lot of tourists that come into town here. And So that's why I covered a lot of cases in the Carolinas, but I also focus a lot on Tennessee and Kentucky, because I see the same corruption that we deal with here involving cases against children that involve crimes against children and missing people. I see these same situations happening in Tennessee and Kentucky. And again, we've talked about it. It's that good old boy system. I know something on you. So if you tell what I'm doing or what I know, then I'll come out about what I know about you. Or they threaten their jobs. That's what happened with DNR in 2014. The DNR employees had to write a letter to the governor and sign it anonymously, DNR employees and concerned citizens. And they called out the director of DNR and this one guy and they literally named like specific things that they were doing. Like this guy beat his wife and the director covered for him. They were there was money that was embezzled, mishandling of funds, promotions given, $100,000 raise. If people were, if he did something wrong, he would blame other people. He would never take accountability. He wouldn't act responsibly in cases. He would not do his work. He would put it off on other people. And the director would defend him at all cost, regardless of his behavior. And when these other concerned law enforcement officers within the South Carolina DNR spoke out about it, they were threatened, and some of them were actually fired for speaking out about it to silence them. And do you know what was done about it? Nothing. They went to the governor, they sent it to the senator, they sent it to all kinds of places. And basically, he was asked to retire and get his pension. And he shouldn't have got a dime.
That's one thing I notice, especially with law enforcement. It doesn't matter what they do. The majority of the time, they're given the right to their pension. They can take somebody out and it's all good. They're still gonna, a lot of them do horrible things, and it's like, okay, well, we're going to give you paid time off. You're going to have to take some time off, but we're going to make sure you're paid. That happens a lot.
And that's that's a major concern. Like, why are you guys protecting these people? Look at what Murdoch did in my state. I mean, his family was in a power play position as solicitor for over 80 years. They were corrupt. They were blackmailing people, threatening people. And that's how they kept their power position in this state until Alec Murdoch, he went a little crazy, okay, and he killed his family, and he was involved in the selling of drugs and embezzling people's money, but his father and his grandfather were also involved in the same nefarious things. Okay, maybe they weren't involved in murdering their family, but the embezzling, the railroad fund, and all of that, if you guys aren't from South Carolina and you don't know about it, y'all, 80 years is a long time. These people get in a position of power, and they will use that power. They get greedy. They find that they can manipulate people to get what they want, and it goes to their head. And we, as citizens, we have to stand up against that power because it's wrong. The corruption hurts the citizens of our states, and we have to stand up and protect people. If we don't speak out about it, who's going to do it? Right. Elena doesn't have a voice. Elena was defenseless. There wasn't anything she could do, and there wasn't nobody. Nobody was there to protect her. She deserves justice.
Well, they all those kids deserve justice. They all do.
Absolutely. It's a scary place, and the world is getting worse every day. I mean, but if we have to take a stand, which is, that was one of the reasons why I made my channel, was to give people a safe place, that if they had a missing loved one, or if they are a victim of corruption. I have a lot of different things that I cover on my channel, but I always want to give people a safe place where they feel like they want to share their story. Because a lot of times the news media and law enforcement doesn't want them to share their story. I have a subscriber, Miranda, who's trying to fight the corruption in Darlington County against her special needs child getting an education. They're wanting to ship her child out of state because they say he is a problem and they don't want to educate him in the state of South Carolina. His teacher abused him physically and they had to sue her in court. And you know what? She wasn't fired. She was allowed to resign and is now teaching at another school with special needs kids. And
Kind of
it's
like
wrong.
the Pope, isn't it?
And also they took pictures of this minor child with special needs in compromised positions with in the bathroom and without his clothes on, and they passed them around on text message to other aides that were special needs and made fun of him. Oh, they went to court.
Corey.
And do you know that law enforcement basically just turned away? And they are fighting with all they have. It's been 3 years.
Wow.
And now they are wanting to arrest the parents because the parents have not put their child back in school because they want to bus the child an hour and 45 minutes one way into North Carolina to a school system. And this child is not able to do that. I mean, like, what if something was to happen to him? If they did this to him in the school system, why can't they send him to somewhere in South Carolina? Or allow the parents to choose a place and take him to that place to be educated. No, they won't allow that. And so they're afraid to put their child back in school because they don't believe he'll be protected. There's all kinds of different things that people are fighting against in this system. Like, no child should be abused in our school system either. Like, this is wrong. And you know what? SLED, who is like our FBI of the state, like, they haven't done anything. In fact, the father just emailed me a few days ago, and I'll probably be having a future live stream with them. He got assaulted by a constable just a few days ago and had to go to the hospital with a concussion.
Wow.
Over this whole situation. Yes. Like, this is crazy. These are our children. We have to advocate for these kids. I know, nicely
Special
done.
needs.
It's very sad. It's so sad about children being mistreated. And that's why it's important that we use our voices and that we stand up together, because if we're fighting each other on YouTube and spending all of our time with what some of these other people are involved in, like, we're taking the focus off of what the real reason that we're here is for.
Well, baby, let me tell you something. Over here, we have a can of Bitch Be Gone spray.
I need that.
We don't mess around. We're like, bitches be gone. We don't
Well,
mess
can you send me a few cans of that?
I promise I'm getting ready to put it on my merch list, because I want to put, I finally got to where I could get monetized, which I don't want to really monetize with what I talk about. So I was like, but I'm really excited for the merch. So we're going to have some Bitch Be Gone spray on there.
Well,
For
I think we
sure.
definitely need to have that, because I just feel like it's a distraction. A lot of things in this community that people are doing that are supposed to also be talking about these cases. If we're focused on all of this other stuff, we can't really focus on helping the families and these children. So
Well, you got to realize too that it's with Summer's case and the chaos ensued on it, and we got Don and Candace and people fighting over them, which I don't know why anybody would fight over them.
I know.
But it's like, this is what I always thought. At some point, these people aren't going to be able to continuously talk about Summer. I mean, it's more about Dawn and Candace than it is about Summer. That's what makes it sad, but
Yeah, I agree.
get with it. And, I love Summer, and,
I do too.
Summer will always be on my priority of missing children, and because I know so much about the case, but
I've been there from the beginning myself. I mean, I came from the art community. That's what I have, an art studio, and that's what I do. Is I'm an artist, and I used to listen to all of these cases because, that's what I'm interested in. I've worked with children. I've worked in the healthcare field. I've worked in social work environments, and so I would always listen to these cases, and I'll never forget when Summer came up missing, and I saw the Amber Alert and these people, and I just thought, as this case has unfolded, as a case goes on, when it first happens, you don't have all of the information, but as that information unfolds, I don't think we've ever seen a case quite like this, where the parents have gone on to YouTube and have been involved in some of the activities on YouTube, trashing
No,
people,
I
Dawn
agree.
threatening people. It's just
I
scary.
agree with you, AC, that the parents' behavior needs to be spoken about.
It
I
matters.
mean,
Some people think that
I
passive
could
behavior
I
doesn't
could
matter, but it
I
does.
could I could go hours and hours and hours talking about Dawn and Candace and the rock gut shit they do, and what I feel like that they've done to Summer. How can you not think that those parents were these upstanding citizens and parents
Yeah.
with what they're showing to the public? And that's what I will say about Elena's case.
People
What
will
these
show you who
people
they are.
are showing to the public is like remarkable. Remarkable.
People will show you who they are if you just give them a chance. And I believe over the course of the last 2 years, I've seen enough to convince me that, I mean, this isn't something that just started when Summer went missing. You know what I'm saying? Like the behavior, the things that, knowing what their past is. I've had a lot of people say, well, you can't judge people on their past. Well, I mean, I understand why you think that, but in the criminology background, if you have a case, you're always going to look at their criminal history. You're going to look to see what they're currently involved in, things like that, because those things do matter. Now, can you have a parallel situation where you have the child's missing and that the parents are just not good parents? They're not, they have these faults and things that they're involved in. It is possible. But we don't have enough information to know exactly what's happened, which is why we have to depend on law enforcement. But I don't think that they have the full understanding of why people feel the way they do about them. And it's because we've seen their own actions. We've watched them live on YouTube. We've heard the threats. We've seen the weird phone call where Candace faked this thing to Mary that Don was in jail in some other state, but he wasn't. Like, who does that? It's just very, the behaviors are very bizarre, and it makes a lot of red flags. And I have to keep all those things in mind because it
Yeah.
does matter. It's very, very important. And Summer's life mattered. Her brother's lives matter. And that's why I'm here to advocate for the kids. I'm not here for the parents. I'm here for Summer and for her brothers. And I just want there to be for her to be found, and I want there to be justice served. Whatever that looks like. If they're guilty, they are. If they're not, they're not. It doesn't, but I'm not going to support their behavior because personally, for me, I can't do that. Because
Oh,
it's
I'm
not
not going to support them. Not
so.
no way, shape, or form.
It's just how it is, and I have to agree to disagree with some people because they feel the way that they feel, and I'm like, you're entitled to have your opinion, but I'm entitled to have my opinion also, you know. But
Well,
it
that's
is
just
difficult
grown
to wait.
people. That's
Yeah,
just
I know.
grown people, you
It
know,
is.
you
We have to all be adults about it, and I try to
because
think
I mean, if
constructively.
you didn't like if you disliked everybody that you didn't have the, you know, same mindset, you would be a very lonely person because, you know, many people
Right.
all have different opinions and it's not
Sure.
going to be the same opinions.
And that's how it is on my channel. I tell people all the time, this is not an echo chamber. You know,
Right.
you are allowed to have a different opinion than I have. And, you know, if you feel differently from me, like I would like to hear you explain to me why you feel
That's
differently.
the
Like
way I am too. I'm
it's
like, if you
very
got a
important.
problem with me, at least come and tell me what the problem is,
You know,
you know?
I feel like it's important. I understand why people feel differently about things, and I try to give people the space to express, you know, what their opinions are, but I like for people to do it respectfully. I think there's a way that
Right.
we can all constructively work through the information that we have and talk about these cases without bashing and beating people over the head, because how that's not really going to bring justice for Summer. What's going to bring justice for Summer and these other kids is the truth. The
Right.
truth, the facts, and as hard as it is, we have to wait on law enforcement, and that is one of the
Well,
hardest,
I think
you know.
especially with Summer's case, the sad thing about it is that um we just I mean, of course we've gotten truths from law enforcement. A lot of people just don't want to hear what they have to say. But as far as anybody else, um, there's no truth to what they're saying. So from the get go, that has, you know, that has put some curves in Summer's case because nobody wants to tell the truth. So,
I totally respect that, and I just wanted to tell you how much I really appreciate you inviting Crystal and I to come up and speak about Elena. And we are so grateful that you are sharing her information. And we appreciate everyone that has come over today to hear about Elena's case. And we appreciate you guys reading and considering signing this very important petition, because we just want to protect children. And thank you, Crystal, for being willing to come up and talk today on Remain Calm's panel. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. It really means a lot to me, and you've been so kind, and everyone in your chat has been so kind, and I just really appreciate it so very much.
well, we appreciate what you do too, you and
Thank you.
Crystal both. And you
Thank
know,
you so much.
when that came to my attention, it was just something very important. Right away, I knew it was, you know, something that absolutely I was going to share. Um, you know, we just need to. I think a lot of us, it's, you know, with Summer, it's very easy to lose your way, and many people who, you know, came in with the Summer case, and you know, it it was all about Summer and other missing kids, but honestly, a lot of them were led astray, and when that happened, you know, it was more got into drama and got into people arguing
Yeah.
and you know, all about Dawn and Candace. And you know, not that I don't care what people like or anything like that, you know, if they like that stuff, that's all good. But you know, I just think a lot of people need to get back on track and really look at what's happening. um you know, even though we love Summer and she will always be a lot of people's priorities, we we have to realize that there are so many other children out there that need, you know, it needs to be told what's happening to them. And you know, and different things that the government's doing that you know, if we want to change those things, The first part is making a petition and signing it. It makes a big difference when there's a petition with tons and tons of people signing it. You can get on social media all day long and say that, oh, well, I want to do this and I want to do that. But when you actually get into, this petition's important, and everybody should go sign that, not just for that state, but for all of our states. I think
I
it's
agree.
important that people need to, and I will look into my state a little bit more with the child laws also. But I think people need to look at their own state also and see if there's a problem in there, because what they need to realize is, okay, your petition might be for your state, but you would be the person who would come if I ever needed to start a petition that had to do with a child or something like that. I know that you guys would be very supportive of me for that. And
Exactly.
that's the way it's supposed to work.
Right.
That's the way it's supposed to
Absolutely.
work. Everybody helping each other.
That's right. So thank you so much again for having me. I'm going to have to drop. I need to call my veterinarian to check on my dog. They've called me, and
Oh,
I've
well, I
got
hope
to.
he's doing all right.
Thank you. She's doing okay. She's back
Oh,
on
she.
IVs again today and getting antibiotics and her liver medication. So I've
Oh
got to
my
go
goodness.
pick her up. She's got hepatitis, and she's
Oh
not
my
doing.
goodness.
She's very, very sick, and I do
Well, I know
appreciate all of
that
your prayers.
that respiratory stuff's going around
I
now
did
too
hear about that, and
with
I
the
was worried
dogs.
about that, but it turns out she got this from my own backyard. We flood here at the beach, and
Oh, okay.
my property goes underwater in the king tide. In fact, I flooded again last night and this morning. We've flooded about 8 times this year. It's
Wow.
just one of those things, and it brings in bacteria, and she, I guess, ate some grass in the backyard, and it made her sick, but she is doing much better. And I really appreciate all of your prayers. So I need to go take care of my baby. But thank you so much again,
Okay.
Remain Calm, for having me up. And I just appreciate you very much. And I
No,
appreciate all the
thank you
moderators.
guys. I appreciate you guys so much, and I will be definitely keeping up with this case. And if I have any questions, I'll make sure to ask you guys. I'm sure I'm going to have a lot of questions. So,
Okay. Well, I'm sure she'll have another live stream soon. So I will catch you guys later. And as I'm going to the vet's office, if you're still live, I will just have you playing in the car. So,
okay, girl, I'm getting ready to get off here because I've been on here
okay.
5 hours.
Well, it's been a constructive 5 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
We've learned a lot. So I hope that everyone has a.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
Are you
Y'all
still
take
there?
care.
I accidentally knocked you off. I didn't
That's
mean to knock you
okay.
off.
It's okay.
Oh
Bye,
my
y'all.
God.
Y'all take
All right.
care.
Thanks, Duchess. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I didn't. You guys know I do that to be funny sometimes, but I didn't do that to her. To be funny. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Duchess. I appreciate you guys coming up. Definitely great conversation. We're gonna keep this Kimmy, I don't Kimmy sounds familiar. I don't know. Where you hang out at, Kimmy? Not because I care where you hang out at, but if I kind of know where you hang out at, then I'll know if I've seen you. Yeah, Kiki, that's horrible. Okay, Crystal, thank you for coming over. Thank you very much. You and Duchess both. It was great conversation. You've been here before, Kimmy? But yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep up with the case, and you guys make sure to go check out God's Amazing Grace with Crystal, and go over and check in with Duchess and see what they're talking about, and we'll definitely keep up with Elena. They need to when they finally decide to apprehend these horrible human beings, I would hope that they also get the unalive penalty, and that justice is swift. If they receive that for the mother, I hope justice is swift. You know, they'll do that. They'll put people on death row and then turn around and they'll be in there 20 years with taxpayers paying to keep them alive, you know, while they're sitting on death row. Very sad. But no, our children matter. Our children matter. Our children should matter. And you know, I know with us that, you know, we love our kids dearly, and you know, would, even as a grandmother, if my grandkids needed me, I would be there. I'm just fortunate that, you know, my girls are very responsible, and you know, I don't have to be concerned with that. But there's a lot of parents, young parents out there that, I mean, you got to shake your head and go, what is wrong with some of these people? What is wrong with them? Why would you take a picture with a little child, knowing what that little child went through, and you're acting like it's a candid camera moment? I don't get it. It does kind of remind me of freaking Dawn and Candace, because look at everything they were doing to get attention. And then this daddy decides he's going to go to Florida on money that was raised for the child. It's disgusting, y'all. Flippin' disgusting. But I've been on here 5 hours. My brain is just really tired. My throat ain't gonna last. My birthday's coming up, though. Maybe we can do something fun on my birthday. Let's see. Let me pull my calendar out. Where are you, calendar? I need my calendar. Okay, so my birthday's on Sunday, the 3rd. Maybe we'll do something the night of the 2nd. Hang out, do a little karaoke, tell some jokes. Why do I want to watch that on Netflix, Kimmy? I don't know. Thank you, Colin. Did you feel like I got on to you earlier, Colin? Oh, the parade. The parade. Thank you, Crystal. My mind is just kind of... That was a lot to take in on my brain. But I got it. So... But thank you, Colin. I'm definitely going to watch that. Oh, you're going to go live? Oh, that's right. You got the parade. Well, I will try to do that, Crystal. A parade? Happy birthday. Oh, your husband's birthday is the 2nd and yours is the 8th. A lot of Sagittarius there, AC. I know, Colin. I know. It's okay. You know, Colin, I got a soft spot for you. I can't get mad at you at all. Okay, flies. Thank you, Anastasia. Today is your son's and your mom's birthday. Wow, and my son just had his birthday on Thanksgiving, too. Then I've got Christmas. Then I've got my daughter's birthday and my granddaughter's birthday. So that's 3 different occasions there. I'll have to be buying some gifts. So you're welcome, Crystal. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you guys. I definitely appreciate you and Duchess coming up, and, you know, I couldn't have asked for a better conversation for sure on my channel. I'll talk to that lady later on. Okay, Colin, because I can't remember what lady it was. Sorry, Colin. Can't remember. All right, you guys, I'm going to get off here. Thank you, nicely done. Thank you, everybody who came in chat today. Had a few new faces I seen, and if don't ever take it personally if you make a comment and then you don't see the comment you made, because sometimes some of the words that are put into chat are on a list and they just automatically get removed for sure. But yeah, definitely go back and watch from the beginning. We will definitely stay up on this case. I also want to stay up on the case. Let me find it here. I don't know if I have anything update. Well, I'll update it. I'm going to talk about it next time I go live about the baby that's parents did horrible things to. So, well, I mean, when we're talking about these kids, they have horrible things done to them. So, for sure. But thank you, everybody, for popping in. And hey, Annabelle. And definitely, you know, we'll get into more of it next time I come on. Like I said, I want to go back and have an update on the little baby that I talked about last time on my live stream. Me agree with you, Kimmy. Absolutely. But I appreciate everybody hanging in with me all this time. And I hope that I did a little bit of justice to Elena's case before Duchess and Crystal came up and shared with us everything that they had. And I'm excited to find out, you know, find out some more stuff about it. We look at these cases and shake our heads. It's just kind of wild. Kind of wild. It kind of gets sad when you hear horrible things and you just shake your head. I think every RSO should have to walk down the street with a sign saying they're an RSO and let everybody just, you know what I mean? I don't incite violence on my channel, but y'all know what I mean. So, absolutely, everybody, thank you so much. I'm going to get off here. It don't cost a dime to be kind. You know, if you got to get a little feisty, you go right ahead and do it. But I appreciate Duchess and Crystal today. You know, it's easy to come together and have conversations that are meaningful without bickering, fighting, and you know, nobody has to up one another. This is supposed to be about the kids. This is all supposed to be about the children. That's the way I feel about it. So, absolutely. Did Margarita come in? Hey, Marguerite. Thank you. Thank you, Sassy Ann. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Eve, Squirrely Girl, Lisa Kleckner, that lady called Lip Lock that I don't never see. She's invisible. She's invisible. But I love her. I love her invisibleness. So, yeah. Yes, mammy. Let's see, Anastasia. Darling, I hate to do this to you, but I'm gonna take your comment off. I seen your comment. Don't think I didn't. But I'm gonna take it off because of the word on there. But don't take it personal. Seriously. Do not take it personal. All right, y'all remember little Elena? Remember Summer Wells? Remember Michael? Remember all the little children who they need us. They need us. Somehow they need us. All you can do is what you can do. It could be just little things. You know. You all know what I'm talking about. My brain has turned to mush. Thank you, Sassy Ann. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all you guys. I'm getting off here because I'm just really tired. But no, thank you guys. 5 hours worth of content that I love doing. I loved it. I invite anybody who wants to come over here and talk about a case that's close to their heart. Please do. Please do. YouTube will flag and take down. Oh, yeah. Yeah. YouTube, they watch chat like crazy. They got their words in their list. They just go through the chat. It probably takes them 2 seconds and one word to be like, oh no, can't say that. So, all right, you guys, I appreciate you. You were being nice, Anastasia. You were. I promise, Anastasia, you were being nice. You were. That's why I try to tell you guys, don't take it personal if you see a comment just kind of disappear, because we have a list of words. And those words, usually, if it's put into chat, YouTube catches that word and acts accordingly towards it. So I don't want people to think I run around and delete their chat because I've got a problem with it. I mean, honestly, I would let you guys just say whatever you wanted. But I'll show you something. Let me show you something here. This is the invisible lady who that I don't know and I don't see. She says it best.
If you are expressing your opinion, please make it motherfucking clear that that is your opinion. You can say, I think, I believe, IMO, I don't give a fuck, hi, hey, Jude. So long as you make it clear that it's not a motherfucking fact. However you want to do it. Okay. You can cuss all you want, but dress it up.
I'll tell you what, I can't help it. I love clipping her. Every time I watch her, I'm like, clippity clip, clippity clip. Yep. She tells it like it is. She sure does. So funny. That's right, Liplock. I clipped you. I clipped you, lady. I was gonna go over a little bit, not all of it. The Dr. Gary Bercato, when he was on Chris McDonough's hit this last time, a psychological assessment of her house and bedroom. I'm not gonna show the whole thing, but I'll show it to you guys another time. It just kind of interested me, a couple terms and things that he said about that. Of course, we are victims advocates in some way, not professional, but we do advocate for victims over here. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So thank you guys so much for being so respectful in chat. I couldn't ask for a better chat today and a better stream for my channel. The conversation was spot on. I do apologize, Duchess and Crystal, because when I got to about almost 5 hours, I was kind of giving out. I will have to practice and stay up with you girls. But go check them out. Please go over and sign that petition. In the end, it does mean a lot. Definitely. Definitely. No, it wasn't you, Anastasia. Okay, I'm getting off here. So y'all have a great night and do whatever you're gonna do. And I will catch you next time. Peace out, everybody. I am leaving for sure now. Peace out.